Hello, Franzi, can you hear me? Any joy? My problem is I don't have any Wi-Fi connection here, so I'm really struggling to be able to communicate with you and pick up messages. Yeah, the signal isn't great. Anyway, Franzi, I am trying to talk to you at the moment. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Franzi, I can only hope that you are hearing me loud and clear. Because there is no Wi-Fi, I can't pick up the WhatsApp messages. Unfortunately, the data isn't great either, but I should just keep pushing on.
again here in Hungarian, Sumatra, the big mountains. And today the marathon contest day is already started because it's the first one and the first opening drivers are in warm-up area at the moment. We have 8 obstacles in section.
Listen, I'm only the lady who talks. I'm not technical at all.
On the hill, up on the right side on the hill. Then we can see 4, 6, and number 3, and also the first obstacle on the right side when you will have here, it was number 5. And on the left, the opposite side is the 8 obstacle all the way home. So the last one, there are 2 water obstacles. Number 3 is really special with the bridge. You all can see, and you all are excited to see the first driver in number 3 in the bridge with the Leaderboard partner logos all over the obstacle. And of course you can see really nice, beautiful sculptures inside, and as well as all those flags with the names of the world champions on those tracks and their years of the titles, and also places. So you can watch out and find out really interesting information about each flag here in Hungary. So this is the start list. We would welcome the first test driver in the arena, the living legend, László Juhász. And next to go, here is Yaroslav. After that, Juran, Radek Nesvacil, Cobs, and Lipizzaner is the first opening part of the start list for today's marathon day. We have there 1 to 5. Number 1 to 5 compulsory training flags, and also 8 obstacles in section B. So we will start with number 1, then going around number 2 in the beginning of the first part, going around again, and there's number 3 with the bridge I had mentioned. Then number 4, it's from our point of view up on the hill on the right side. Then you can continue and all the drivers go into the beginning of the track. That was number 5, the very first obstacle when you were passed in the warm-up area. Then there's number 6. You can see the 6 with these golden lions. At 7, number 7 is the second last on the track before the last one, number 8, for the finishing line. So there are also knockdown elements on some of these obstacles. For example, number 1, there are 2 knockdown elements. You can see them, and there are penalty seconds. We counted into penalty points after that, and that's the final score for everyone. Number 2, at the second obstacle, there are 4 knockdown elements. Then you can see a third obstacle with the really challenging way, and there is a new knockdown obstacle, number 4. There you have 4 of them. At the 5th obstacle, there are 3 knockdown elements. 4 other elements are at 6, 4 at 7, and 3 at the last one with the leg as well, with the obstacle number 8. So, ladies and gentlemen, today's second part of the World Championship driving for foreign drivers with Aillaud, their partner, and today we will see who is going to be the leader for tomorrow's Cobs test, the final part, and after that we will know a new individual world champion in foreign driving. And of course, let's take a look at the current standings in the team competition. We got the leaders from Australia with the defending champion in individual competition, Exell and Hord. 80-91 is their dressage score total. Netherlands second. The Netherlands really strong team. 3 drivers in the team. 86-44 penalty points after dressage. Bram Chardon, and the world best drivers in the Netherlands and in the Dutch team. Third place so far for Germany, 18-29. They got Brauchle, Geerts, that's German team, and 4th place for USA, Fairclough. Chester Weber, who actually won yesterday's dressage with the very best score, with the record score at this current dressage test. So Chester Weber is the favorite in the individual ranking after yesterday's dressage. Then we have Belgium, Hungary, France, Czech Republic, Romania, and Poland. That is the leaderboard after dressage between the teams.
Thank you. Is it still not working?
Proprietás 81 mindig mindig akkor, hogy milyen akadályból áll a pálya. Az első számú akadály, az itt közvetlen, majd a kis kommentátor álláson mellett található a vicamon akadálya, és ebben az akadályról már beszéltünk, hogy minden indul az időutazás, amelyet sikerült Gábor Szodrászmérés megálmodott. Ő alakította ki a látványvilágát az akadályoknak. Ő a műszeri világbajnokság, a 74-es védő, a 76-os védő, a 75 pedig a 80-as védő jelenik meg az első akadályban, és minden akadály a zászlók, amelyek a világbajnokságok helyszíne és időpontját, a csapatbajnokot és az egyéni bajnokot jelenik itt meg középkori zászlókra hajazó logókon. És itt több látványosságok van, az első akadályra ugye a 74-es világbajnokság, Brauchle-ben kerül megrendezésére, és itt egy szervészetről kilövő női a földek földje, gyakorlatilag reflektál, főkerektálló Aillaud a világbajnokságra. Apendon a hollandiai BB-re egy szélmódon emlékezik, Kecseréki és Indornék, Brauchle előtt tiszteleg a háttérben található Brauchle kocsia, amelyel a világbajnok volt, és illetve egy indori társia, és illetve az oldala, a indori BB-re emlékezik. A kettős akadály, egy kicsit odébbra, amit itt a blokk felső oldalán található, és az Eger-erdő akadálya a 282-es Aszkoti világbajnokságra emlékezik az Egyesült Királyság, büszke oroszlányra jelenik meg. 1984-ben itt a szilveszter elleni
And a very, very warm welcome to you wherever in the world you are joining us. Just look at those scenes already here in Shields Vasvarad. We have moved out of the centre of the town and that wonderful stadium complex next to where all the Lipizzaners and horses are stabled. But for this weekend only, it's been the home for the FEI Driving World Championships. It's been 40 years since the event was last held here, and the sense of pride, of history, of heritage, of celebrating the horse and driving in this wonderful nation. Look at those views. There are thousands of people here already. So we've just moved upland a little bit. It's quite undulating for the marathon, and there we have it, the great, the heroic László Juhász. He is starting off, and to hear the packed stadium cheering last night, there was a wonderful horse show on. We had Cossack riders, there was all sorts going on, but there was a parade with teams of 4 horses of some of these previous champions from this wonderful driving nation, and the crowd so appreciated. They're national heroes, international heroes. So this is the running order. You'll see some big names in there. Jimmy Fairclough, so good to have him back here. He's our oldest competitor at 66. Boyd sitting second in the dressage at the moment after that masterful, graceful, foot-perfect test from Chester Webber and his horses. Tor van der Berg did everything right to put Australia into first place for the team effort at the moment. József Dobrovitz, some great names there, Zoltan Lazar. These are the guys that the crowds have turned out to see, but they're so knowledgeable. Anna Sandman there sitting in 3rd place. And a lot of credit was paid to her for her test, you know, in amongst some of these big guns. These are the results confirmation of that record-breaking score from Chester Webber, 31.06 at a World Championship, quite remarkable. Boyd's score in itself, 33.53, was astounding. He came after Chester, so quite something to follow on from that. Anna Sandman for Germany is driving as an individual, so great event for her so far, but Germany also sitting well in terms of the team effort. We will be really looking forward to some of the marathon performances. Big names in there, Michael Brauchle, Juran, József Dobrovitz Jr. They are really, really brave, forward, attacking. And we're going to need some brave horses and drivers and backsteppers today. Really big, open, solid, quite traditional obstacles, hardly any balls in comparison to what we had in Protoni when there were over 100. We're just out of single figures here, but there's going to be some fast driving, fast times, and plenty to keep the crowd happy. 24 degrees Celsius at the moment, dry. Rain is forecast for Monday. The ground conditions are quite hard, but the footing is very, very good. A few last-minute repairs to some of the obstacles this morning. Some planks in the bridge were still being made safe and repaired, and the smell of the fresh sawdust as one went by. Now look at that wonderful picture of Prince Philip. He's there under the line, and take a look at some of these flags around the obstacles. They list the World Championship, the team winner, the date, and the individual winner. They're really, really special. Lots of big round bales as fillers for these wooden obstacles, but they look spectacular. Wonderful shots here for you. It's so atmospheric. It's very, very cool. It's like turning up to a rock concert. The music is pumping, people are smiling. There's a real sense of excitement from everyone involved. And just to show what the great man meant and still means to driving and the Hungarians in particular. They were so proud that he spent so much time here. He became such good friends with those champions back in the day. And he was here in 1984, and his presence is very, very much felt and still celebrated. So the format of this marathon, back in the day, we used to have those wonderful 5-phase marathons when that really was the dominant phase, and it's still the one that everybody aims for and looks forward to so much. But with the modern sport and the way things have changed and developed, we have a warm-up section. So sometimes it's called a section A, but here it's called warm-up. It's 1.25 kilometers. The time allowed initially in the warm-up is the 15 minutes. Then you go into the warm-up proper, which some of you might still think of as section A. Now that's a time allowed, so this is the window you've got, is between 26 and 28 minutes. You then have a 5-minute halt, 2 minutes in a training obstacle. It looks a little bit like one of our indoor obstacles, movable. So each driver has a chance to go in and use the training obstacle. Then they make their way down to the start of section B. That's half a kilometre, 5 minutes to do that. B, all importantly, and there was some talk because the temperatures are pretty high here, were they going to change the distances, extend the times? But this has been fixed that the distance for section B is 8.975 metres or 8.9 kilometres. All right. The time allowed is 13, well, that's the speed. The time has got to be in between 36 minutes and 25 seconds and 41 minutes and 25 seconds. So quite a window there. If things aren't going brilliantly, then the time limit is actually 82 minutes, but we wouldn't really expect anyone to have to deal with that. There are 8 obstacles in that section B, and that's really where the focus of all the action will be. You can see the gravel track coming up the middle and the obstacles dotted out on either side. It is absolutely perfect for the spectators for their viewing. We will start with László Juhász. He is going out as the test driver, but the first competitor proper will be Yaroslav. But great support from everybody. 2 screens operating here from the commentary box. I'm in a small white tent. You can probably just see my roof next to the trucks. You look to that copse of trees. I'm sitting to the right of that. Yes, look at the 3 white vans. That's my box, a little tent with the sides open to try and get some sort of through breeze. It is really quite warm today. But all these horses have been here for nearly a week. They've been conditioned for this. And we heard Chester and Boyd in particular, who both came to the test event last year, were really focused on which horses they brought. Boyd said yesterday in the press conference he was really pleased with his horses because they were marathon specialists. So to get that cracking score in the dressage, a great achievement for him. Chester also has got a new horse in the left lead who he feels will add plenty of strength and power to his combination. That's Casper, for those of you that follow the real athletes, the horses. So there we have some great shots of the great man, László Juhász, age 73 now, and he looks fantastic. I don't know what the secret is to his aging process, but he looks really, really well, smiling every time you see him, absolutely loving life. And the speed that he careered round the big arena here, and the crowds were just cheering. It was bigger than a football match, than a World Cup final. So spine-tingling for a carriage driver, a horseman, to be treated like this demigod. It really was quite an experience. And the party went on late into the night the floodlit lights were up. It was really, really very, very special. The Hungarians celebrating everything about the horse and what it means to them. You can probably hear in the background, that's the drone action. The guys who are running that are just next to where I am. I feel like I'm on a runway at times, like my tent might take off. And there he goes. So Chester sitting way in front with Boyd. Anna Sandman next, Marika Harm, our two lady drivers, doing all sorts of wonderful things in their dressage tests. And another great story here, Bram and Bram Chardon, only 0.2 between them in their dressage test. And quite incredible that father and son, driving 8 horses between them, should be so close on their dressage. Frederick Persson, he's been driving for a long time, but great to see him back. Being trained by another big name in our world. Frederick Persson is being trained at the moment by Michael Freund, and that seems to be a formula that's working very well with him, combined with these American horses he brought over. Glenn Geerts, we're going to expect good things from Glenn, sitting as he is at the moment near the top. He's another one who always drives a very positive marathon. We'll get some good times there. Christoph Sandman, one of our big names, again, been a competitor for Germany. And Georg von Stein, we're really looking forward to him. He's having a great season. He and Marika, their dressage scores were counted for the German team. And tucked in just behind them, Tom van den Berg, a really, really good dressage for him, 47.38. So he and Boyd sitting in front at the moment in the team competition. And then the one that everybody here has come to see, Zoltan Lazar, the last Hungarian 20 years ago in Kecskemét to win those gold medals. He was quite hard on himself after the dressage. He really wanted a low 40s score and had to be reminded by some of us that he was driving a horse that belonged to Boyd, that's living in Holland, and Zoltan's in Hungary. So to put together a fairly new combination with a horse that he doesn't know terribly well, despite Dan's, that's the name of the horse, incredible experience, probably the most experienced horse just about competing here of the 205 or so that we've got on site. In behind him, another big name, Dries de Greek. I was walking the obstacles with him just a moment ago, very focused, really on it. And Koos de Ronde, Michael Brauchle, they're sitting next to each other. So often happens, they do score very closely in their dressage, these two, Koos and Michael, and then they're generally neck and neck in these marathons. Michael was just in front, in Bretoni, Koos just behind, but they do themselves all sorts of favours as we watch this lovely gentleman. Look at those flags if you can, and the dates and the names and the venues. Very, very special at all times, nodding to what has gone before and what takes us to this moment in time. László Juhász, our test driver. He's got nothing to prove to anybody. This is just a bit of fun for him, some entertainment for the crowd. We generally do have a test driver going out first. In Exell, we had somebody driving a pony team before the horse fours went out. And of course the cheers, and you'll be hearing plenty of cheers over the course of today. So just for the record, that was 71.81. That was the time. He's sitting in first place at the moment. There's a 1 next to his name. So obstacles 1 and 4 are the highest up. 4's at the top of the hill, and you tend to be either dropping down or driving up into them. As the day goes on, we will get more used to them. So on the commentary side of the road, we've got 4, 6, 3 and 8. And then on the other side of the road, I'm sitting opposite numbers 7 and 2. They're very close to each other. 5's a little bit further down towards the town, and 1 just across from 4. Big wooden obstacles, and the one that I'm sure will become known as Prince Philip's obstacle as the day goes on, that's made of lots of solid, almost like trees just stacked up. Big timber obstacle. Very much the sort of obstacle that Prince Philip, George Bowman, our greats would have driven in the day. Obstacles that have to be driven with a lot of respect. Now we have the first of our actual competitors, and those leg coverings are a bit of a giveaway that this is for Hungary, and Yaroslav with these fascinating and absolutely beautiful Nonius mares. A lot of breeding. I spoke quite a bit about their history, and there's lots of information out there on the internet if you would like to find out a bit more about them. But it is fascinating. Their development charts what has gone on in geopolitical history since the Habsburg Empire and even before that. Currently ranked 24, 58.10. He's sitting in 26th at the moment. He's got a different mare, and they're aged between 8 and 11, so pretty much coming into their prime. Baboka, who was used in the dressage, she'll be in for all 3 phases, 9-year-old. And we've got Adele, who has come into the combination, and I can hear carriage going past. I'm sitting right next to the marathon route. They've got lots of loops in order to get that nearly 9-kilometre distance. They will be looping round and round the obstacles, so you may pick up on the mic as they drive past, right in the heart of it all. And you'll also see lots of people on bikes going around, part of the crew feeding back what is happening between the times, the other drivers, the closest rivals. It's all about an information exchange to keep everyone absolutely in tune. So just waiting for Yaroslav, the first individual competitor for Hungary to come forward. But in the meantime, László Juhász drops into number 2, Prince Philip's obstacle. And just have a look at the background there, number 7, with the carriages sitting on top. The obstacle dressing is out of this world. We've got wonderful, great big lady's head. I'm trying to work out if she's an important figure, the Joan of Arc of Hungary or something. Nobody's come up with anything yet. Answers on a postcard, please. But look at that obstacle. How many of you of a certain age, and I put myself in this category, have driven through obstacles that look like this? Look at those balls. Don't forget, there will be the penalty points added if they get knocked off, but we'll talk you through that as and when it happens. But the gates are quite wide and open, plenty of room to make your loops around The obstacles, of course, were at a World Championship. A is not situated directly in front of the exit and entry point. Of course not. And just look at the big letters. That's the direction you want to go in through. Red on the right, white on the left. And the clock stops at 74.03. And what a lovely position László is going to be in, because he's going to have a 1 next to his name and scores all the way through. There won't be many that are able to say they can do that on a day like today. And he's playing to the crowds, and a brilliant showman. He knows exactly what they've come to see, and he's definitely one of them.
That is the bridge right down here.
Hölgyeim és uraim, 74-0 áll az időeredménye Juhász Lászlónak 2-es akadályban, és közben pedig már Pap János elindul az 1-es akadály felé.
Now in smart marathon gear, they've got their white shirts on. Of course, these days, the safety of the drivers, the crew, everybody of paramount importance. So they've got their hard hats on. They also wear them in the cones now. There's talk of them coming in for all 3 phases. They don't need to have their driving aprons on. And just look at the very different carriages. They're like the Formula One cars of our driving world. And he's looping round the top track, and this is a drop down into number 1. So although you want your horses going forward, you don't want anybody slipping as they're going in, so just keeping them bouncing, that forward impulsion. As for Hungary, János Pap opens his marathon section B. Don't forget, they've already had the warm-up. An area further down the track where they've all been gathering. They've come up the roads and the tracks from the stabling area, which is behind the stadium. It took them about 15-20 minutes to drive up there, so that's a good chance to get the horses' muscles where you want them to be, and their heads where you want them to be as well. You see the slightly orangey yellow wood, that's where a few extra elements and difficulties are being added to probably these very established obstacles. Now, take a note of this time, because that's 57.33, so that's going to be more in touch with where we're going to expect to see some of the times, and of course they will get faster as time goes on. We see some of our specialists, Michael Brauchle, Glenn Geerts, Cousteron, the Chardons, Georg von Steen, they will all be aiming for it. József Dobrovitz Jr, the Hungarian's always competitive, and of course Boyd and Chester. Chester said yesterday there's everything to play for. He's not going to drive with anything other than full commitment, because he's out there in front. How lovely would it be to stay there for Chester Webber? But we will know by later on this afternoon. So the horses all had an in-harness inspection as well before they got going. Coming into view our only Austrian driver, that's Christian Schugelhofer. So he's making his way up to the start of B after the warm-up. The biggest crowds, as you would expect, were round that water obstacle, but look at that, everybody. Look at what driving means here in Hungary. As László turns down, you can just see the marker there, that 30 meters. And this is the big water. There are 2 waters, and this is the one with the bridge, and of course lots of branding from Ineos Grenadier, who are supporting the event. They're also providing transport around the town and the venue. Look at that shot there, and just look at those lighter, almost bleached planks. And we even had Mitcha, who runs the Lipizzaner stud, the main one, the original one. He was out on the roller about 5 minutes ago. Come here to have a good weekend and was put to work. Flattening out the going. Really went down to the wire, getting everything ready, but now it is. And everybody wants to watch the water and hear those hooves over the wooden bridge. So the standard size for all these marathon vehicles, the wheel width is 125 centimetres across all the classes. And the weight, this is quite important for the horse fours, 600 kilos. You can go heavier if you want, but I bet nobody wants to because they want to give the horses as much of a chance as possible. But those are the dimensions of all these carriages. And he's just about to, where that white car is, I'm sitting just in front of that, so we'll get a view of the great man coming down past where we're bringing you the broadcast. János Pap will be doing his loops before he comes into the Prince Philip obstacle. All those tree trunks stacked one on top of each other. They've walked and walked and walked these routes. But how important is the role of that navigator, the top step we sometimes call them. Look at that stopwatch attached around his arm. The timing's so important. They must come in between 36, 25 seconds and 41, 35 seconds, aiming for an average speed of 13.13 kph, just under 9 kilometres the distance. And that includes going through these obstacles. Look at that. Those big lions sitting on top of Prince Philip. It's a lovely picture of him. Every time the drone takes off and lands, I get this sort of G-force as it comes past. Look at the horses living their best lives, having a great day. As János Pap is in number 2. Obviously, Christian Schulgerhofer, the clock has gone orange on his screen. It's sort of yellowy green when they finished the obstacle. No knockdowns to add just yet. Confirmation that the time for János Pap and the Nonius mares, 65.56. János currently sitting in 26th position, his dressage 58.10. If you think we had 41 drivers forward, we should have had 43, but 2 of the Austrians, Erwin and Daniel Schneiders, they pulled out, so that dropped us 1 team as well. I'll be sharing some of the many marathon rules with you through the day as a little bit of homework for you all. Obstacle observers, ground observers, timekeepers or any other officials may not give directions, advice or information to the athletes. So basically no outside assistance while on the course of the marathon. And unfortunately, if they receive any physical outside assistance, that means if somebody goes and helps them or just harness or anything, they will be eliminated. So no jumping on the carriage as they're passing. Permitted outside assistance, so this is allowed during the halt and in those neutral zones between the sections. Assistance to the horses as a result of anything going wrong inside an obstacle, providing the grooms are dismounted. Here's László. He's gone into number 4 now. His time in number 3 was 79.04, but he's just here to just show us all how it's done. Age 73. So a young 33 to win a world championship 40 years ago. And the way he took his team round that big arena yesterday. And the stewards were telling him to stop, and he was playing to the crowds, and it was just fabulous.
Number 3, you are waiting to see two Hungarian children and the third obstacle is bridge in the middle.
So here's Christian for Austria individually. He was on 61.30 after the dressage. That was a 33 for him in the rankings. The clock is ticking, which is a dark green. So the format of the modern marathon at this level, it's actually been distilled down to quite an interesting set of boxes. So you have your in-harness examination when you've got your vets and your stewards. And if you pass that as a driver, you get given the green card and go into the controlled warm-up, which is what we've got here, or Section A. Section A can be between 5 and 9 kilometres, very much depends on the venue, the facilities. Out comes Christian in 65.52. János was 57.33, so second fastest time for him. The controlled warm-up that we've got here for 30 minutes, that is operated under supervision for the stewards, and that has to be a minimum of 5,000 metres squared. That's the area, so they can go round and round in circles, they can find a bit of shelter, but it is down to the athlete, the driver himself, to decide what is going to prep his horses best. It's not prescriptive. What they do, it often depends on the weather conditions, is down to them. But this is number 3 now for Christian, which is this majestic water obstacle. So after either the controlled warm-up that we have here or the Section A, there is a halt, compulsory halt. For about 5 minutes, can be between 5 and 10 minutes. 10 minutes for the Section A, 5 minutes from the controlled warm-up. Those are the differences. Then there's the 2 minutes in the warm-up obstacle. And again, that's stewarded before they come forward into Section B. The time differences between them being around about 3 minutes. Must all have their full safety gear on at the time. And as he comes out, János Pap 68.07. And the Section B, this is where we have our judges out, the timekeeping, the scorers. This is one of the big operations of the weekend. And it's a big operation sharing it with you around the world as well. If you could see the cables, the vans, the people. I think we've got 9 cameras out at various points on the marathon, bringing you these wonderful shots, and all credit to the team behind the scenes. They're doing great work. That's the drone taking off again. As they finish Section B after the 8th obstacle, that's another green card moment, and they go into the cool down. This is all to do with keeping our horses as safe and closely monitored as possible. And at that point you have a judge, a vet and a steward. They keep them moving. The track is between 8 and 1,200 metres, so around about a kilometre, and that is a 10 to 15 minute time. Here we've got 1.2 kilometres. and they do have between 10 and 15 minutes, and then they can make their way back down the hill to the stables. And there's lots of these beautiful wooden sculptures all over the place. We have ginormous wild boar, hare, there's a sort of a wolf's mouth up at the top by some of the trees, and we've got these little coloured trees here. There's some very clever artistic people that have put these great big structures together. They're all over the venue. There's the big horse, the bay horse with the white socks outside our commentary spot down in the stadium. Houston Schugelhofer just coming into, that's it, number 2. The clock will start as he loops round. Talking to Chester before the event started, he said this is very much about holding those long lines because of the distances in the marathons, the open of these obstacles all through the marathon. I wonder what Prince Philip would say to all this. He'd have something brilliant to say. So it's about keeping the pace. The more turns you make, the more time it eats up. So you want big, long lines, keeping the rhythm. Forward all the time. Horse is leaning in. You gain more sometimes by longer routes and greater speed than by a tighter route where the horses are having to come back a bit to make the turns. And that's a nice line out of there, going round, and this is back uphill. You do get a sense of the slopes on the screens, and fit horses needed for this marathon. 74.54 as Janos Pap is now in number 4. Up and down a hill there again, and do take a quick look at these fantastic, well, they're solid flags. They look like they've been used in a jousting tournament. Through sea. Look at those keys and this wonderful golden chariot. Whoever is responsible for making these obstacles look so fantastic, absolutely world class. They look like begonias in the middle there, but I'm not a horticulturalist. But certainly dressing the obstacles beautifully. The crown there, can you see? The garland of, looks like cornflowers. Such great viewing as Janos leaves in 74.71. So lots of firsts next to him as well as our first competitive driver. And isn't this wonderful to see? Peter Joash, I think he's actually 19 now. And Peter here. It's quite a common surname, the Joash, so it doesn't necessarily mean they're all related. In Hungary, there's lots of Istvans as well. And he is supported by the military. Oh, just losing the back of his carriage there. Did you see that? That's... The back steps and the bottom steps in particular are going to have to work really hard on this marathon because of the slopes, the uphills and the downhills. They need to be fit. They have to have knees and hip joints like shock absorbers. And it's all about them, their ballast, they putting their body weight uphill wherever possible. The navigator is busy working the turntable brake, keeping the driver right, keeping the times right. This is when the grooms and the rest of the crew really do come into their own. And a good time there for Peter. That's 59.84. Second, Janos was 57.33, but just remember he's by far our youngest competitor here. Only one or two in their 20s, and he's still in his teens, so to be competing at senior level at a world championship at his tender age, a remarkable achievement in itself. He really wasn't in the mix on the dressage, but that will come in due course. 68.16, the 39th for him. He was our second competitive athlete to go. 4 obstacles so far. László's still on the course. He's had an 86.85 in number 5. He's just about to start the clock rolling. In fact, it has. Look at the lions. Gladiatorial, like the Colosseum. It's just wonderful. Similar sorts of crowds, just absolutely passionate about what they're watching. I think that's Riesenbeck on that flag. All the balls staying in place at the moment, but a lot of that is about A, there not being that many of them, and B, the respect with which the drivers will be treating these wooden posts and rails. They are solid and they are in the ground and they're not going to move. You'd think that they've had their harvest here in Hungary, because that straw's looking pretty recently made. The big round bales wrapped in sort of a mesh. Modern farming methods in our driving obstacles. One of our rules, we're on to Article 960. Maximum distances and speeds must not be exceeded. And this was one of the discussions in the early chefs meeting before the events actually started the day of the trot-up, when it was really very, very hot. Speeds may be reduced by the technical delegate and president of the jury, that's Bert Jambon, who was sitting at C yesterday, in the case of weather and ground. The marathon must consist of the 2 sections. As we watch Christian go forward, clock's running for him in number 5. And the total distance in section B should be approximately 1 kilometre per obstacle, and preferably not less than 700 metres between 2 consecutive obstacles. So these important loops where you regroup, give the horses a chance to get their breath back on the tracks round this site. Christian Schogelhofer for Austria. Quite distinctive with his one grey in the left lead there. And up he goes over the bridge. This is where we need these fit, willing horses, and those leaders living their best life today, thoroughly enjoying it. And there we go, you can see. Great shot there as László goes down the track. Actually coming past me now, there he is, I'll wave to him, I don't think he can see. As young Petter comes into Prince Philip's obstacle. Appledorn. Now, wasn't that a very important event for a certain Bram Chardon? Up and down all the time. It's not just going to be about your dressage horses, those that glide and dance at this event. We need gutsy, fit horses here, brave. And as more drivers come out on the course, we're going to see them going round in sequence. But the crowd's really cheering on this young man who's got such a great future ahead of him. And thanks to everybody that has made it possible for him to take part in this. Lots and lots of hard work and dedication behind the scenes to get to this point. And that gives you a feeling of just the weightiness of the posts that are here. And this is one of our characters, plenty of characters in our driving world. He was the first to go. Shimon Shandor Tot. He brought up the rear on the dressage. His position was number 41, 77.55, first to go of the day, and as you can see, quite distinctively driving the Lipizaners. better to drive them than here in the grounds of the Hungarian State Farm Stud. All linked to UNESCO now, the importance of their history, heritage, bloodlines, keeping them going, recognised at international and political levels. Janos Paps 69.97 in number 5, 71.13 for Christian. He's sitting in third place. Petter's coming a little bit closer to Janos Paps' times, but Janos is a very experienced driver, been competing with his mares and Nonius horses for some time. Again, another great driving family. All the horses in their breast collar harness here. Just look how hard those chaps on the back are working. Now, how was that time? That's a little bit off the leaders, 66.17. That's a fourth place at the moment. That is just about to come into number 4. Clock's gone green. Camera's on Christian, who's in number 4. The Chariot and the Keys, with the crown in the middle. Clock running on number 4, and very soon Władysław Sadowski, who's the first of the 2 poles. The block next to his first obstacle is sitting there in orange and amber, means it's about to turn green. Janos Paps still in front on the times. 5 out on the course at the moment. It then gets really, really hectic once we get going proper. And the times come in thick and fast. And the team behind the scenes are going to do their level best to cover as much of what's going on once we have all the obstacles live at any one time. A lot of our stewards and officials here have got those quite distinctive yellow T-shirts on, if you're wondering who's doing all the heavy lifting behind the scenes. Petr Juhász coming into this Ineos Grenadier water. Clock ticking for him. Because it's been so dry here, we've had enormous water tanks over the last couple of days filling up these 2 water obstacles with great big tractors driving up and down the hills with the water. And I think the forecast on Monday is actually for rain. A little bit late, you saw the time on there, 64.14. That was a great shot, team. The number 6, he's got 2 more to go. No knockdowns from anybody just yet. Lots of 1s still next to Janos Paps' name. The first of our drivers at the moment, and you can see how close the obstacles are to each other. So that's 6 just out of shot, and this is number 3, first of the 2 waters with the big bridge in it. And then they come up, and that's the exit. And just about to come past the commentary spot there. Look at all these people. This is just incredible. They've got some secret formula here to make this so appealing to the general public. What a great way to spend a Saturday. All the picnic benches out there. And just on the left of your shot, that's where my colleagues are doing the live announcing from, and the little grey box behind there, that's where Christina Horvath, who's our event secretary, and her team are based, all working very, very long hours, and have been working for many months and weeks to bring this competition to this point. Simon Sandor Tot now in the Prince Philip number 2 obstacle. As Petter goes behind. I feel like I'm sitting on a Heathrow runway sometimes. It does give a lovely breeze on a very hot day, though. That's the positive of sitting next to the drone station. As these Lipizzaners and this breed, its importance in driving cannot be overstated. Imre Boyni, Sandor Fulop, the great Georgi Bardos, the Hall of Fame in Hungarian driving, all used the Lipizzaners, all crossbreds. The Lazar brothers did very, very well with crossbred Lipizzaners as well, and so good to see Zoltan. He'll be the last going around the course, and every single person will be staying to see him go round. Did you catch the white flag there? That was... It had Svilsvazvarad on it. As I learned yesterday, the name means Plum Castle. But evidently there are no plums to be found here, nor a castle, so I wonder how that came about. Everybody getting a good view of the water. 4th position at the moment for Simon Sandor Tot in number 275.34. János Pap now in number 7, second to last. All ages. Start them young. Got some sunflowers here, a few beer barrels. And actually have a good look at those great big antlers round the B, which is the symbol of the stud here. It related to the previous home of it, but actually they decided to keep the B in place because it relates to the book BUKK mountain range where we are. Oh. Now, that's not... And now I think that might make a bit... We'll probably just have a bit of a delay as there'll be a bit of a rebuild, so those on the course will probably be held. What a shame, because János Pap was having an absolutely fantastic marathon until that point. Peter and the horses just having a little bit of a discussion about which hole or gap they're aiming for. Clock running. Until that moment, János really was the one to look at. Petter Juhász in number 4 at the moment. That's it. They're learning on the job here. What a stage to do it on, and this is a name I'm sure we're going to see up in lights in years to come. Still a teenager, driving against some of the greatest names we have ever had in this sport, or in any horse sport. All credit to him. Top stops 94.51. Yes, there was just a little bit of negotiation with the leaders in some of those routes. He's saying driving, either you win or you learn. And everybody's learning and analysing with what goes on. Wisław Sadowski, he's still got an amber light around his name. There may be a little bit of holding on the course. Whilst I think there'll be some running repairs made to that obstacle.
Radek Nesvacil,
good shots there of Simon Sandotot and Petter out on the loops. And there's our famous lady. Let's call her a goddess for today, the goddess of driving. Roman or Greek. Maybe Diana, the goddess of hunting. We've got the deer. In fact, they crossed the road late at the night as I was driving up to the venue from Budapest. Late on Tuesday evening. Some deer ambled across the road in front. Very relaxed. It was their road, not mine.
French team will start really soon, and also after that, once again, József Dobrovitz, the first Hungarian team member, and afterwards, Radek Nesvacil will compete for the championship.
Bram Chardon jött a 3-as számú akadályhoz.
Fantastic, as we see some more live action shots for you. This is happening live here in the Buk Mountains in Švilcvasvarad. Lots of different pronunciations of that over the course of the commentary from Brit. In fact, it's evidently causing a little bit of amusement from the locals. The attempts at getting it right. Simon Sandotot. Clock running for him in what will be for the spectators the most popular obstacle of the day. And as my colleagues out on the course are saying, that's a wrap for our 1984 champion, László Juhász. He has finished. A few plus signs against the last two obstacles for him, but that's just technical something. We're not bothered. He's had a great round, and what a joy to see him over this course. We've got Christian Schugelhofer at the moment in number 5, and cameras are on another one of our individual Hungarians, Simon Sandotot. He's somebody that just seems to love his driving. Here with his Lipizzaners as he turns left through that shady spot. And then we'll drop down past the commentary spot very soon. And that's great. We've got János Pap out on course again in number 8. Really good news to see him back out here again. And of course the crowd cheering on their Hungarian drivers. It's like they're pop stars. I promise you, everybody is, it's like they're levitating with excitement as he finishes. A score for him, 70.98. So obviously some penalties to add. We'll get confirmation of that in due course for that slight encounter with the post. But for János Pap, he can do no more. His marathon ends on a 148.78 to give him a combined score of 206.88. At the moment, he's still got lots of ones next to his name, so that's one he should be screenshotting for the album. As young Petter is in number 5. Not rolling for him. Each of these obstacles has an observer with assistance, and they have whistles and stopwatches, and one of the jobs to do is actually draw on a bit of paper what the route is. Although we've got the cameras on and everything, the route, just in case there's any discrepancies at the end. And there's all sorts of penalties and elimination things that can happen in a marathon. I'll share those with you as the day goes on. Petr Joáš, in the context of who's gone before, is we've got 2 second times and 3/3. That was 82.70 in number 5 for him. And with János Pap finishing his, I think there's just been a bit of a hold whilst that obstacle is repaired. There's all sorts of things you can be eliminated for on a marathon. And confirmation from the producers here that actually, because there's been the hold on the course as we suspected to allow for that rebuild, we're just bringing you some memory shots. And we've got Petter here. Gives me a good chance to share some facts and figures with you. Now, you get 10 penalties if your athlete or groom is wearing shorts, so don't get the legs out today. Elimination and or a yellow card warning if the headgear isn't fastened or if you're not wearing your body protector properly. And my goodness, for some of us friends of Karen Scott Barrett, it was that body protector that helped her emerge relatively well from something recently. So Karen, if you're at home listening, get well soon. Now, this is quite an interesting one. Most rules have been brought about because somebody has done something and then a rule was brought about, a bit like Sir John Miller back in the day when he finished on 3 wheels and famously chopped down one of Her Majesty the Queen's saplings to prop up the back end of the carriage. And so there were some fantastic pictures, if you can ever find them, of a carriage on quite an angle being pulled by Windsor Greys. Can confirm now that we are back on live shots with Simon Sandor-Tots, so back to where the action is. He's in number 4. We've got some red blocks round Petter from number 5, a +12. Now, I suspect that's for the groom coming down, but I will confirm that in a minute. There's these lovely Lipizzaners, still looking keen and willing. Halfway through their obstacle course here in number 4, 8 obstacles. 82.70 for Petter, plus a 12 penalty for him in number 5. And confirmation that, yes, in number 6, that was where there was a bit of a problem for János. Time wasn't too bad, 64.14, but the 12 added. Just to keep you exactly up to date with what's going on here, there's still some repairs going on the course. The clock is running for Petr Juhász in number 6, but the next lot of athletes, which was actually supposed to be Yaroslav Sadowski for Poland, he has been held, so that remains an amber number next to him. Clock's still running, and he comes out 67.58 showing on your screens, I think, is 67.5, but 67.58. Actually, good for him. That seems to be the fastest time. Great achievement for him. So having probably had a bit of a sticky moment in the previous one, he's got himself back together again, and fastest time of the day. There we have them, the American supporters, and they had so much to celebrate yesterday after Chester's groundbreaking, and it was a record-breaking dressage, so I'm sure that's going to be a test that's held up for years to come. And there we have the green light for Yaroslav Sadowski for Poland, the first of the 2 Poles here. A proud driving nation as well. In fact, it was the Polish delegate in 1968 at the FEI Bureau meeting that said to Prince Philip, come on, we got to get this driving together. So Christian is now in number 7. Clock rolling for him. Everybody's getting a little bit tired by this stage. They've worked hard. It is a warm day out there. And just remembering all these routes and options. A lot of a mental and emotional agility required, keeping the emotions in check. You can celebrate afterwards or sit down and go through it all with the crew, but at the moment you just need to remain incredibly focused. Like big horses, these ground covers, long legs. And of course, look at those wonderful posters, banners for the Hungarian Equestrian Federation. As Christian comes out of there in 67.58. 74.01, my mistake, 74.01. That's the fastest time, so he was faster than János Pap in that one. One more to go for the Austrian. So to confirm, if any of those balls come off, and there really aren't very many of them, we've got between 2 and 4 in most of the obstacles. A couple of 3s in there as well. That's an extra 2 penalties. Incorrect pace, so where a pace has been designated as trot, penalty for every 5 seconds. Athlete crossing a line, they shouldn't do 20.
Úgy tűnik, ez a problémák elhárultak, ugyanis 3 versenyzőt is látunk már bizonyos akadályban, a 7-esben Juhász Péter, az 5-ös akadályban Tócsi most.
And the first obstacle for Yaroslav.
Most már az 1-es számú akadályban Patrick Ellis és Marcin Szymanszki a segédhajtó, Nikolaj Kobuc,
We've got 2 live obstacles for you at the moment. Peter in number 7. László in number 1. And on top of that, we've got Simon Sandor Tot, who is also in number 5. So this is how it's going to be for the rest of the day. There's going to be quite a lot to be sharing with you. Dynamic action clock stops for him, 77.10. That's the slowest so far. Yaroslav still in front there, 57.33. As Simon Sandor Tot comes out of number 5, 77.62. That's the 3rd fastest time. And next to come out on the marathon, the amber light next to his name, one of our most accomplished horsemen in the field for France and the French team, Benjamin Aillaud, with his Lusitano horses. He did whisper the other night that he's actually in the process of putting together yet another team, which he's hoping will be out in the next year or 18 months or so. He's really the consummate horseman, never rests with what he has or what he's driving, always looking to the next challenge. Very interesting to follow his career and which horses he's had out there. Look at the car park behind there, just over the brow of the hill. And the greys coming up the track there. Look at all those beautiful obstacles. And a little square tent in the middle where I'm bringing the action to you. As Benjamin gets going. He's got Magali on with him, and for the marathon and cones. And Hélène, who is on for all the 3 sections, based near Toulouse, using Famoso, Fairs and Fiasco. They're in all 3 combinations, and Fruto has come in for the marathon and will be using the cones, all being well, all 14 now. Currently sitting in 14th dressage, well, ranked 14th and 25th for the dressage. He has been on the team for many years as second water. The first time we've been able to share this with you. Look at those balls there. Christian Schogelhofer for Austria in the final obstacle, number 8, further down the track from us. The sole representative for Austria. They've just had this wonderful event at Piba where Glenn Geerts won, Boyd was second. Not driving his championship team, a different combination of horses, but there was very little between them both, and a win's a win. Glenn did really well in Piba just a few weeks ago. Great warm-up event ahead of what's going on now in Hungary.
He is on the way to the second obstacle, Poland.
So the water is at the lower part of this obstacle. That's where the sea gate is. And the rest of the gates, as you can see up on the top here, quite a few of the obstacles have double gates. So you've got either 2 Cs or 2 Bs to go through. And that always makes such a great picture. Yeah, you can see the sea gate there, but once they've been through what we call breaking the gate, you can go through it backwards or forwards as many times, but you must make sure you've been through it in the right order. Clock stops for him. His times improved, actually, as did the positions, warmed up over the course of the marathon. That was 68.56 in comparison to Yaroslav, who was on 70.98. That gives Christian a marathon total of 143.09. Second place for him, running total of 204.39, and lots of cheers coming from the course. Simon Sandor Tot, he's currently in number 6. Aillaud for Poland. He's in number 2. We've got shots of him at the moment, the Prince Philip timber logs. Well, great big logs, tree trunks, aren't they? .93.91 for the pole in number 2. That's the slowest time so far. He was 37th after the dressage, 62.63 for him. And the last obstacle, and just look at how that bottom step, he was bouncing around the carriage there. That's one of the main jobs. And last obstacle, and this is why the crowds are cheering for this very talented young man. As his marathon ends, Petr Juhász, 73.11, not the fastest time, slowest so far of the 3 that have gone through that. 152.5 is his marathon total. Gives him a combined score at the moment of 220.66. And the people just keep coming. Try and get some figures from you during the course of the day as to just how many people they think are here. Karoli Fugli, you might have heard when he came into the commentary box yesterday, just towards the end of Chester's fantastic test, was saying that the stadium, the seating is completely sold out for the cones and then the prize giving and everything on Sunday, so that's great news. A time of 54.03 for Benjamin Aillaud as he gets going on his section B with the obstacles. Next to come individually for Germany will be René Hosgen. Simon Sandor-Tot comes towards the end of his. He'll be going into 7 very soon. Giving the horses a chance to get their breath back. They've been doing a lot of running, and it's like endurance running. This is a real cross-country test. We're not running on a flat track here. This is like mountain biking for these horses. A different sort of fitness that's needed from those sorts of events where everything's on the flat. So 3 have completed their marathons. We've got 41 to get through. János Pap still in front. Simon Sandor-Tot is in number 7. All about the state stud here and the 100 years, the centenary of the Hungarian Equestrian Federation, and some banners there for the Agricultural Institute as well. Of course, the horse and agriculture, they go hand in glove, don't they? Got some ratchet straps holding the carriages on top there. Sunflowers glimmering in the strong sunshine. It really has been glorious if you like hot weather. Spield Vashvarod. Interestingly, my Polish colleague, who's actually the English commentator, well, live announcer here, is suggesting that Władysław Sadowski would like to speed up a bit. Much easier said than done. He's currently in number 3 as Simon Sandor-Tot. That's the fastest time for him. That's an improvement in number 7. That was 66.27. So that's quite some way faster than what's gone before. Benjamin is currently in number 2, but cameras are on Aillaud for Poland in the water. Number 3. So 2 obstacles being driven at the moment. 3 have completed, 3 out on the course as René for Germany as an individual starts his marathon. Benjamin Aillaud fastest in his 2 obstacles by quite some way. That time of 56.63 in number 2. Way ahead of what we've had before now. Nearly 10 seconds ahead of János Pap. Ranked 17th, 22nd after the dressage, and I wonder if he'll be helping his good friend Jorg von Steen in the World Cup again this year. They were travelling Europe over the winter, to London, Geneva, among some of the other events, and very experienced marathon driver. Just a shade behind Benjamin, 54.8. Ben was on 54.03.
3-time World Championship participant and 16th place 2 years ago in Brauchle in Italy. So then once again is the next one, and we do the first obstacle in the second best time, currently 54.18 for himself, because this is the driver country.
Projektország végzett az elsőben a világranglista 20. helyezettje 54.80-at hajtott, ez most a második legjobb idő 54.03, ugye a vezető Benjamin Aillaud eredménye. 16. a 2 évvel ezelőtti világbajnokságon ennyi évben önvédőznél, és 3 Európa-bajnokságon, a világbajnokságon, és mindig a top.
Shots there of one of our Romanian drivers, and we've got a team of 2 for them as well. That's Kalman Babu, number 39, just making his way to the start of section B, as I'm sure the cheers and the shouts and the support is about to get really loud as József Dobrovitz Jr is about to start his marathon. This will be, all being well, some very good times from this gentleman. Very, very successful in the horse 4 in hands. It was incredibly successful before that in the pony 4s, and this time, like his father, on the Hungarian national team. They've got 9 drivers here. They were permitted to do that because they are the hosts. So they've got 6 individuals, of which we've got Simon Sandor-Tot. He's nearly got 1 more to do. Yes, just waiting for him to come into 8. He had a great number 7 to go fastest, and Petr Juhász, talented young man who did so well at the young driver level, something that Karoli Fugli, who's just finished as being chairman of the FEI's driving committee, was talking about. As one of his most proud legacies is developing the young driver championships and programs. Driving also actively trying to go into other nations, like has happened in show jumping. There's a lot of cross-pollination in how things happen between the disciplines, and these efforts to go into countries where driving perhaps isn't such a mainstream sport like it is here, and introduce other people to it, not just youngsters, and quite a simplified format of competition, probably a little bit like courses that are used for the young horse events, and that's meant to be opening the door at introductory level, at FEI level, international level, for introducing driving to new people. Lots and lots of policy making, running a government, the FEI. Laws, policies, people. Just over 100 years old, celebrating its centenary, actually during the COVID years, at the same time as we were celebrating 50 years of driving being formally recognised in 2021 or so, of being an official FEI discipline. We're better to celebrate it than here in Hungary, as we're watching one of our Hungarians finishing off his marathon. Clock ticking in green. He hasn't had anything to add, so it's been a pretty clean marathon for him. Fourth time. I think this is going to be an obstacle where we see some pretty speedy driving. 74.46. A third place so far in a marathon total, 151.08. Actually, Jaroslav is still out in front. Total of 228.63. Simon Sandor Tot, as we go back to René, a specialist gluten-free baker by day. Don't forget, we've got a combination of professional and skilled amateurs in driving, and probably more so than in any other World Championship level discipline. We have people who have businesses and day jobs and do other things, rubbing shoulders, competing against people who do this full-time, the Brams, the Eisbrands, the Boyds, the Benjamins. Marijke also works with horses, Dries and Glenn. Horses are their day jobs too. Dobrovitz's. But Jerome Vutas, he runs a garage, he's a car mechanic. And we really do welcome everybody with open arms in driving. We've got 19-year-olds going up to 66-year-olds competing. We've just had a 73-year-old going round as József Dobrovitz, who is now supported by the Hungarian military, so a bit like Peter wearing a similar kit. And those cami trousers, camouflage. And always committed in these obstacles. And we would expect some fastest times from him. Benjamin, little off the mark in number 3, 81.67 in the water. 5th fastest so far, but did have 2 fastest times. René, 60.10 in number 2, but we are watching and listening. And look at this, everything to get them out. Yes, of course, he's the fastest, 51.66. Pops Benjamin into 2nd place on that one, and I would think we'll have lots of ones next to Joseph Jr.'s name as he comes through. My colleagues are saying that everybody is running down. There'll be this sort of surge in the crowd, a bit like a music festival going to see Stormzy or somebody, surging to watch their heroes. There she is, our lady of the driving. As our first of the Czech drivers, Radek Nesvacil comes out. He's sitting in 21st position. He was the last dressage driver yesterday, trained by Boyd as well. 55.11 was his score on the team with his brother. Sometimes father and both sons or brothers are on the team as well. Again, another good marathon driver. We expect to see some competitive times from him. He's been having a good few seasons recently. And that drop down the slope, these horses fresh and willing. They haven't had too much of a test, my goodness, back in the day. This used to be the 5th section. We'd have the first section of time trot, which was at a fair pace. Then you'd have about a kilometre or a mile, depending on where you were, of walk for about 10 minutes. And then you'd have the section C, which was a really fast trot, generally over some more challenging ground. Another B, well, it was D walk, B and D were the walks, and then you'd be doing this. We used to be out on courses for a really long time, but driving has changed. We had Prince Philip back in the day helping get us to the most fantastic venues all over the world. Friends and relations who had big estates. He'd have his cousins staying for Windsor, and in the early days they would be acting as officials and stewards, all staying up at the castle. That's how important driving was to the British royal family, and quite rightly so, he's been held up as the champion of driving here alongside those living ones. If ever you had a chance to watch his funeral with those pair of fells standing quietly with Matt Power, who runs the horse operation at Mews now, as we go amber, and the crowds will be supporting József, who comes into it. We've got René for Germany, shots on him coming through. Number 3, this Ineos Grenadier water with the big bridge. And Benjamin Aillaud at the moment also number 4, 2 live obstacles for you just now. 3 live obstacles as József Dobrovitz Jr. goes into number 2. Lots of cheers. They're cheering everybody, but the biggest ones are really for the Hungarians, of course. As René comes out of number 3, just about to dip down behind our spot. That's the fastest time so far through the water, 63.49, but these times are going to be really, really hotting up. Back onto József in the Prince Philip obstacle. The driving community enabled him to be totally free. We didn't have paparazzi following around. He loved the freedom that he had. And if he had a bad day, everyone just brushed it off. He was such a character. So much of what we use now, quick release traces, the fact that we have cones that are shaped like they are, the look and the shape and the rules of the modern sport, all down to this one man and his initiatives, from talking to heads of British Aerospace to the head of the police to get the cones. I mean, his legacy is just enormous. Second fastest for József in number 2, 59.39. Benjamin remains fastest then. He's had some penalties to add in number 3 as we come to Radek for the Czech Republic. Nesvacil with his mainly German-bred horses. Third fastest for him, 54.54. Very symmetrical number there for him, as everyone just gathers their breath again. Goes out on their loops as the next one on course we saw. And we've just got a retrospective shot of Benjamin. He's driven many, many obstacles in his long driving career. This is not a live shot, this is just going back a few moments. We're darting to and from the live action. And he did get 5 penalties. Just trying to see how that happened. It's pretty forward at the moment. It does look very good, actually. I'm just going to have to work out where that penalty came from. But he's recorded a fastest time in number 4, 70.61. And we're now bringing you, Benjamin, this is live, this is as it's happening in number 5. Thank you, team, for keeping me right. We've got 2 live obstacles at the moment by Aillaud in number 6, but we are bringing you the great Frenchman, Benjamin Aillaud. Horse is going well, and nimble, lithe, Lusitanos, and he really enjoys training them, enjoys a lot of under saddle, and he does all these sort of free horse training and displays. Quite a showman as well. All related, these horses all have the F names. This is the live action as Ben goes through number 5. A fastest time for him, 60.09. He's having a good marathon here. He's second, 3 fastest so far. So everything going pretty well. Try and find out what happened to give him 5s. What a great way to spend a day. And this is, in retrospect, in the chariot obstacle with the crown and the keys, René. Looks like he clocked up a fastest time in this. Sorry to give that away, but we are looking at it afterwards. So he's playing, the 3 of them playing tag, Benjamin, René and Joseph, out on the course at the moment. They're sharing the fastest times between them. We expect the cheers to start fairly soon as Joseph comes into that water, and my goodness, there's going to be plenty of cheering for him. Two live obstacles at the moment, József Jr. in number 3 and Radek in number 2. As we are bringing you the shot of René and his fastest time in number 4. That was a good smooth round from him. As the drone flies over me again. Here we are, on to Joseph. This is what everyone's watching. Look at the claps, look at the crowds. Clock running for him. Our fastest time through there was René just now, 63.49. Is he going to get it? I don't know. Oh, just has. So the clock stops actually on the bridge, 62.57. So that's a new fastest time. So he's got 2 fastest, 1 and 3. Second fastest in Prince Philip 1. So he's nudged in front, 62.57, a fastest time as we come to Aillaud. He is in number 7, his second last one. The Ministry of Agriculture, Hungarian Equestrian Federation, and the state stud farm in Spielvazvarad. Those wonderful garland. It's like a Christmas wreath of antlers around the big golden bee. So there's lots of 5 penalties. Tends to be The groom down on marathon. What else can you get? Dismounting whilst moving in section B. And get clarity for you as to what that 5 was. So René is also in number 5 and 3 live at the moment. We're on Varslow for Poland. Number 7 for him. Clock stops at, actually it's 77.02. I've got 1 more decimal point than you have, just to split hairs. 1 more to go, that last water for him. As the sun beats down on us. And look at all those. I would think most of them are volunteers.
So still only 4 drivers finish the whole track of these 8 obstacles in the lead.
Not long before Jimmy Fairclough starts his marathon, we're just about to welcome him into section B. Kalman Babu has been 7th fastest, 64.92. René still fastest. He's on 2 fastest scores, but József is breathing down his neck. René 57.73. Ben has gone into number 6. Live shots of him just now. Such an elegant and graceful driver. For him, it's the journey with the horses, the training, the improving, the learning on both sides. These knockdown balls don't really seem to be playing any part in this so far. And with the field that we've got coming before us, I think they're just sitting there looking like decoration at the moment. Fastest through there was actually Petr Joáš. He was the fastest, a young Hungarian, but I would think the way René's going, it was a time of 67.58. But he's looking pretty slick through here. And confirmation, yes, of course. A fastest time for him, 59.50. And that number 43 confirmation that it is indeed the great man himself doing this, age 66, hasn't been competing at this sort of level since Tryon in 2018 when he and Chester alongside Misty Wrigley-Miller. Hi Misty, if you're watching. We're on that gold medal winning team in America. And hold on to your hats, this is going to be another good one for József Dobrovitz as he comes into number 4. Oh, Ben Hur obstacle, I think we'll call it. Just get a glimpse of those times up there. That's quite good if you can look at that on your screens. It gives you an indication of what's gone before comparatively. Very forward-going horses, my goodness. We'd love to have them in your hand in a situation like this. Radek is also in number 3, the water, but we'll keep eyes on József Jr. And this is in terms of the Hungarian team effort. Will they achieve their dream of being back on the podium again? They are doing very well. They are marathon specialists, pretty good on the cones as well. The team is currently sitting 6th, Australia, Netherlands, Germany, USA and Belgium at the moment. Just about 4 points between them and Belgium, quite a distance between them and France behind them, so they would aim very much to stay in front of the French and hopefully catch the Belgians. Let's see how we go for that. Kalman Babu out on the course in number 2 as we bring you Wieslow for Poland in his final obstacle. This water with the gates on the hill up above the rectangle, water between the gates, and that's the sea entrance. Jimmy Fairclough going through number 1 at the moment. I'll keep you posted. For those of you watching in America, I know you'll be really keen to hear how he's doing. Clock ticking for Jimmy in number 1. Kalman Babu in number 2. But we're bringing you the shots of the first of the 2 poles.
Következik majd hamarosan az 5-ös számú akadályban, René Pöttgen pedig látjuk a 6-osban, 22 másodperccel, Babó Kálmán 82, 26. James Fairclough pedig hamarosan végül az 1-es számú akadályban.
Trying to find F. So that navigator there, arm out. So it was quite an interesting and quite natural human response for the arm to go out and point, but of course the driver really can't see. Unless the arm comes over the shoulder, which it has there, that's better. And look at the watch. Clock stops for him. That's a 5th fastest time of 90.27. Not troubling the leaders, but that's the lowest, well, slowest. 169.94 for him, total of 232.57. Now, the orange is a bit of a giveaway as well. That means we've got a Dutchman coming out on the course. And this is a recorded, or recently recorded, shall we say, Jimmy Fairclough for the American fans. So pleased to have you here. I think some of you set some very early alarm clocks to join the action live. Really dedicated to the likes of the Aussies. It's late at night for you. Great to have you with us. Lots of big loops being gathered up there by Jimmy. I'll share the time with you at the end. Nothing to give away at the moment. Radek soon to go into number 4. As Jimmy... Oh, yeah, look at that. It's a leg over the trace, so that happens. And having a retrospective look at Benjamin in number 7 with the Lusitanos, Frenchman driving Portuguese horses. Delighted to say we've got quite a Portuguese influence. One of the delightful gentlemen speaking my ear at the moment, he is Portuguese, and Tiago, who's putting out all these wonderful reels on the social media, and they're majestic, beautiful films, whether you're a horse lover or not. He flew in from Lisbon as well. And of course, we've got Manu, who is our driving director at the FEI. So we do feel, particularly with these shots of the Lusitanos, quite an influence from the Portuguese in our driving sport. And I can share with you now, that was actually the fastest time, 53.28, as József is currently in number 5. There he is. Clock on for him. 2 fastest times so far for him. René's still holding his own, as is Benjamin. 3 good marathon drivers out on the course at the moment, keeping the home nation's hopes alive. That's it. Radek's just knocked them off their podiums in number 3 in the water. He's on a straight 60. József remains fastest in 1 and 4. Number 5 on shot. József Jr., this was just a few moments ago. I can share with you that was the third fastest, 60.89. Easy to follow with his grey in the off lead there. And Our Lady of Driving, as we have shots on Kalman Babu. This is the FEI ranked 107. Two of the Romanians here, which is enough to make up a team. Kalman Babu, shots on him in the water. Jimmy Fairclough obviously had that problem, so groom down. I'm pretty sure that's what the 5 was for. So groom down just to unhitch the leader. He just hooked his foot over the wheelers, put his foot over the leader trace. They saw that on camera, so that's why the 5 was there. Quite good to help understand. So groom dismounting while moving in section B, so probably out of the obstacle, but just had to get down and sort that out. Super aerial shot here. It does look like a great big spider taking off next to me with this drone, but well worth it to give you these wonderful shots. What technology does in combination with this very traditional sport. 7th fastest for him, 78.04. Jimmy's out of number 2. Hans Huys individually for a strong German. I will say that again because I'll be in trouble. Dutch up against the Germans. That's what was going through my head. Hans Huys individually for the Dutch, and they and the Germans will be absolutely giving it everything, but don't discount these. Also, we've got a team with 2 for the Australians, one of which is Boyd Tor van der Berg, sitting in front at the moment. Hans driving as an individual. You might remember the scenes from Exell when a lot of the Dutch supporters were in that inimitable orange. You can see them coming. As we go to Ben in this final obstacle, horse is still looking fresh with plenty of running. And this is absolutely live as it's happening here in Hungary. Great to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying it. We haven't even got to the halfway point yet, and my goodness, it's been so good. Few red blocks around some of the scores. We've had a few grooms down, a couple of knockdowns, but really they're not playing too much of a significant role. Horses just went for that gap, didn't they? And the clock stops at 61.89. That's fastest. So Ben at the moment, great marathon for him, goes into first place by a long way, 129.43. He had, yes, that frustrating 5 to be added at number 3. Probably somebody had to jump down, could have been a leg over a trace or something. Anyway, 4 fastest times for him, 2 second fastest times, a total marathon score 129.43. That gives him a running total of dressage and marathon 187.33. He's put quite a distance between him and János Pap, who went first of all for Hungary. Second running total at the moment for them, both phases, 196.88. 2 live obstacles for you just now. A welcome cloud has come over because these screens are really shining quite brightly in the sun. József, of course, with those diving lines. They look like they're trying to pounce on each other. As this is a live shot of József Dobrovitz. Jimmy Fairclough again. Looks like he had a groom down in number 2. He's had a red block round his time, just to keep you in the loop. Kalman Babu had a good number 4. He's just, yeah, I'm not sure that's the correct score for that one, but we'll stick to the 2 greens to keep you up to date with what's going on. Radek in number 5. Joseph in number 6. Now, he's not going to be the fastest. He's gone second fastest behind Benjamin. 59.50 was Ben's score. 61. Nearly 2 seconds behind for Joseph. He remains the fastest in number 1. Second in 2, 3, and 4. Fourth in number 5, that was the second fastest. So pretty solid marathon for him. As another one of our Hungarian individuals, the father and sons. It's very much a family-orientated sport. We've got the Chardons, we've got the Sandmans, Anna and father and daughter there. The Dobrovitzes, of course, and the Galbach. Great to have driving through the generations. The high intent's definitely about to take off. Wind's getting up a bit, which is good for the horses, actually. Take a flapping tent if it helps the horses. René, as Jimmy Fairclough, the clock's on him. In 3, Kalman Babu in 4, but we're bringing you live at the last obstacle, having a pretty good marathon. Remains the fastest in number 5. That's René Ponsken in number 8. Had a pretty good marathon, just encouraging those horses through this last little bit for the clock to stop where it does, just at that point. Second fastest there, 65.72, but that puts him in front. So he's gone in front on the marathon, 122.11. So, yeah, quite an expensive 5 for Ben in terms of the overall score, but just about 7 points between them. So that puts René into first place overall, both marathon and combined, as we watch Ferenc Galbach in obstacle number 1, another one of the Hungarians. 4 live obstacles at the moment. Confirmation that René on 122.11, that's his marathon total, plus his dressage at 179.21. Live action from the Buk Mountains in northern Hungary. Driving heartland. And the place just looks fantastic. It was really like coming into Wembley Arena or something this morning, arriving, as there was this crowd swell. People getting spots early at the front next to the obstacles on the crowd barriers. Joseph, of course. The cheers for him as he comes out of number 7. That big gold B. That's the second fastest, 54.99. Ben still was the fastest in that one. Just over a second. Back of Kalman Babu for Romania. Sort of 7th, 8th and 10th for his times. Jimmy out of number 3 in 99.51. as we're on Radek Nesvacil. I'm listening with intent to my Hungarian, Polish colleagues out there trying to get these pronunciations right for you watching in the homelands, Czech Republic. We've got those sheepskin breast collars on there. They absorb the sweat as well as preventing any rubs. Yeah, working hard on that bottom step. And the groom holding on there to that belt as well, just to keep him in position. Live coverage, this is a live shot. 62.02, fourth fastest. Benjamin still got some of the fastest times, still 4 of those fastest times. Frustrating for him in that first water, because otherwise it was a very, very good marathon for the Frenchman. Good for the French team effort as well. Anthony Hord and Maxime Marquardt also on the French team. Wonderful shots. Now, a lot of us in British driving have a very, very soft spot for this next team of Welsh Cobs. We just felt like that we were being in a time warp back to Alwyn Holder, Fred Pendlebury, all the people in our driving world in the United Kingdom who championed this wonderful breed. And the Welsh breed, I mean, all over the world, still going strong. Characters, strong, generous, opinionated, good doers, can live off fresh air. They're just fabulous, a fabulous breed. You can tell I'm a fan of the Welshies. Now, not the greatest start for Ferenc Galbac. I've got an eliminated mark next to him in number 1. Not quite sure what's happened there. Still going. He's in number 2, but looks to have had something not go quite right. He was sitting at 30th place on 60.30 after the dressage, but got a big red block next to his name, elimination. Didn't have cameras on that one, but here he is still going, driving past the great man himself, Prince Philip.
So the marathon 50, ladies and gentlemen, what a lovely crowd here in Hungarian Silver Marathon.
Those outside horses just leaning in. Good chaps doing their job well. 2 live obstacles at the moment, Ferenc. We've got cameras on in number 2. Prince Philip, tree trunks. There you've got shots of these drivers on their loops. It's going to only get busier and busier. We've got out on the course at the moment. Radek still out there. Joseph, Rennie and Benjamin all home. Good marathons for them. Jimmy Fairclough still out there, about to go into number 4. Hans Huys for the Netherlands, about to go into number 3. Rank finished. Number 2, as we have shots on Joseph. Live shots here of Joseph as he finishes his marathon for the hosts, for the home nation, bringing 4-in-hand driving home to Hungary. And just listen to those cheers. Go on, Joseph. give them a little bit of what they've come for, and horses trotting out, looking happy, ears forward, bouncing. And that is, you will be delighted to hear for the home nation, although it was the second fastest time, 63.73 in the obstacle. That's a winning total marathon. Still had 2 fastest times, but the total... Oh, we're just in my ear reminding me, look, we've got a bit of repair going on, soggy feet. But for those with a Hungarian interest, he's just won the marathon, József Dobrovitz Jr, 120.01, a total with his dressage 177.45. So that's great news for the Hungarians, for the team. Here's Hans, we've just got a bit of a repair going on live. He's just circling his horses quietly. Look at the body protectors on there under those very distinctive team colours, but live running repairs. Now that's Mitchell. He's actually a very tall gentleman. I was photographed next to him earlier, and he runs the Lipizzaner stud at Lipizza. It's quite it's a fascinating place. Do go there, fly into Trieste in Italy, and then just about an hour or so drives over the border. Part of the old Yugoslavia. And there's this quite incredible, in great big letters down the hill above this beautiful stud. There's a wonderful hotel there, great facility. It's a competition facility as well, a bit like we have here in Hungary. And they've got the words Tito above, sort of in chalk lettering in the hill above the stud. Part of the old Yugoslavia. He was obviously a towering figure in the history of the region. So great news for the Hungarians with a really solid, powerful marathon with 2 of the fastest times so far. József Dobrovitz Jr, 120.01 is his running total now for the marathon, after all those times have been added up and divided. Obviously you want as fewer penalties as possible, and added to his dressage, which was in the mid-50s. That gives him 177.45. And so he's currently in number 3, where those repairs are taking part. And shots here on number 6 for Kalman Babov of Romania. 2 Romanians forward as he comes round. Number 6, clock running. The Golden Lions. Looks quite relaxed. Clock stops for him, 74.02, 8th fastest time so far. So there's a little bit of a hold up on the course. A little bit of a hold up as we go back to Yaroslav. Juran, another one of our Czech team, with these wonderful Pretoria. Here's the prefix, all bred together. There's plenty of information on the web if you're interested in them and in their breeding. He was 38th of our 41 after the dressage, 66.29. Pretty good first obstacle for him. 55.53. That was 5th fastest. Good marathons. Come on, Welsh chaps. Show the world what you mean to driving. Really powerful horses, but really deep in their shoulders and chest, plenty of heart and lung room. Deep in the ribs as well. carry their condition. You don't need to, they can be quite hot actually, naturally hot. Don't need much extra feed, depends what job you're doing with them, where you keep them, the quality for grass or grazing if they're turned out. As on the course, the next one to get going, Gogo Rakotsi for Romania. 2 Romanians out on the course just now. Here he is, 39-year-old. And there we have it, those wonderful prefixes, Conversano, Maestoso, Tulipan. More Lipizaners, doing what they do so well. Strong, relatively short in the back, can have this dignified Roman nose, gives them quite a distinctive look. Time there, 12th fastest, 66.52. Good to see the greys out. As also for the Czech Republic, Radek Nesvacil. Clock ticking for him in number 7. I'm sure you're becoming quite familiar with the look of each of these obstacles now, the various decorations, the barrels and the carriages, and that big model of the driving book sitting on the seat of the four-wheeler up there. Another one of our tall drivers, which means the reach for those arms just helps, doesn't it? 53.53. He did that in number 1 as well, 54.44. Still fastest through the water. He hasn't been caught in the water yet. That was 60 for him. So another one that's having a good round. Where is he? 3rd, 4th, 1st, 4th, 3rd, 4th, and 2nd fastest. So yeah, just have a quick look at those. Holding on the fastest time, if you get a chance to glance on your screens at the live timing on these shots. They're keeping on the fastest time. You saw Benjamin Aillaud was still up there for France with the trickler. Of course, those of us who are sports and horse fans have been firmly glued to all the action in Paris. Paralympics going on at the moment, and lots of my colleagues at the FEI are out there running all sorts of wonderful things. Paralympics, there's also the Endurance World Championships going on at the moment. Very, very busy time for horse sport all over the world, and an absolute privilege to be sharing the action with you live from Hungary. A bit of an influx of insects here, spiders on the screen. We are in the middle of a very big field, as you can see from the fairly parched grass. There's one of those wonderful, great big models there, made out of these sections of wood, screwed together. Next out, and another bit of a giveaway, and of course not far from home for Istvan Vajci, based here. No, let's reverse that. Istvan will be starting immediately after Ferenc Galbac. They both drive teams of Lipizaners from round here. Please forgive your commentator. For Hungary. Just to keep you Americans tuned in, Jimmy has gone through number 4 in 76.15, an improvement on his average. That was 6th fastest. So for the Americans watching, 76.15 for Jimmy Fairclough in number 6. Kalman Babu, our only live one in the obstacles at the moment. He's in number 7. As we bring you some general shots. Gogo Rakotsi out there. Yaroslav Juran with the Welsh Cobs. Hans Huys, he's done 3, but it looked like there was a bit of a hold-up. And look at those 2 beautiful teams of Lipizaners. Don't they just fill the eye? Such handsome horses, lovely conformation. Those very distinguished heads that they have. Very deep around their cheeks, so plenty of room for the windpipe in the throat, one of their features. Strong, yes, look at the backs of those. That was an interesting shot there. Just look how hard those wheelers are working. Really, the quarters dropped to put their back ends into it, powering through. Don't forget, they've been used in warfare, imperial courts, all sorts of things. From from Spain to the Austro-Hungarian Empire to all over this part of Eastern Europe, and to keep the breeding programs going through all the political upheavals of the 20th century, through wars, through different and quite difficult political states. We have so much to thank our forebearers for in keeping these horses going. A lot of them used in agriculture as well, particularly in this part of the world, and where Gogo stems from in Romania. Full green lights on my screen as Ferenc Galbac Jr. with his homebred Lipizzaners, Yaroslav Juran in the water. So that obstacle's obviously gone live again after Mitja was repairing it, getting his soggy feet. We will soon have Radek. Yeah, he's just gone into number 8. It'll be very interesting to see after his strong marathon. Still got that fastest time in the first water, going through the last water, but for the Hungarians, Ferenc Galbac. One would think he might have a little bit of an advantage competing at home, but there's been quite a few amendments. Just look at those lighter, good exit from him. There's plenty of power there, but they've changed quite a few of the obstacles. You can just see how new some of the wood is there. 67.17, 13th fastest for him. He was 28th after the dressage, 59.83. And this is just a quick back shot of Radek, number 11. He is for the Czech Republic. 2 of them out on the course at the moment. He's had a really good marathon. Let's see. Time looking really good. Still fastest through the first water. Can he be fastest through the second? That is currently still held by Benjamin Aillaud. And yeah, good on Radek. I'm not going to give it away, but I might have just done so. Final score, probably just about 10 seconds behind the live action from what's coming up on my scoring screen. Thank you very much to Dan and the team who have provided this incredible up-to-date action, which tells a story in itself. Yeah, there we go. I can now reveal he was fastest through that 60.04. I've got this sort of stripy screen in front of me of grey and blue lines, and they get filled up as people go through. Back onto the live action, just shows the timings between them. So that was, he marginally behind József Jr. for Radek. József was on 120.01, and look at this for closeness, 120.82, so they both finished on 120.81 between them, but that's enough with a better dressage for Radek at the moment to put him in front, 175.93, so he's just slipped in front on the combined scores after dressage and cones. But we're back onto the live action for Kalman Babu. He's the only one in an obstacle at the moment, but we've just seen a fastest time of 60.04 for the first of the Nesvacil brothers. We've got Yuri coming soon with the extraordinary Cladruppers.
James Fairclough is the next one on the track. 6, 7, and 8 for the US driver. Hunt points, the Netherlands. And then we have Yaroslav, Juran,
and clock stops 85.11. I can give that extra decimal point to you. 9th fastest, he's bobbed along 8th, 9th, 13th. Now, for you over there in the US of A, this is actually live. Jimmy in number 6. Jimmy Fairclough, living legend. Quite a few medals have hung round this gentleman's neck. Based in New Jersey, was training his horses in February at the late great Gloria Austin's place, Grand Oaks. And of course they roll on to the Live Oaks event not long afterwards. Grand Oaks and Live Oaks, two iconic venues in Florida. And this is a very handsome team of Dutch horses, good quality horses, great breeding in them. One of them is one of Chester's as well. And I'm sure lots of you are really excited to see what Chester pulls off this afternoon. So Jimmy Fairclough for the USA, just 2 in the team. So all the scores have to count. Final score, 7th fastest for him. Keeping in the mix, 69.04. He was 5th fastest, had a good number 5. After a little bit of a sticky start, he's really tuning into what's happening. So good for you, Jimmy. Regaining your form as the marathon goes on. 7th fastest, 69.04. 2 live in the obstacles. And, oh, aren't they handsome horses? I love a grey anyway, as you can probably tell. Neapolitanos, Siglavi and Incitatos. Of course they are. The Lipizzaner's István Váci, and plenty of his friends and fans from around these parts will be cheering him on. Those beautiful Lipizzaner's. Intelligent horses. Majestic. Lots of our driving champions over the years have driven them, and of course, as well as doing a great job here outdoors, just ask the Chardons how they feel about them for their indoor driving teams. They are big fans of the Lipizzaner's, call them big ponies. So lithe, so bright, so willing. And look at that. First obstacle, but still plenty of running in there for them. 56.39, that's 6th fastest, jolly good. Yaroslav Juran was just in front with the Welsh Cobs. We have Hans Huys. He had a bit of a delay on the course, hanging out in the water obstacle for a bit, but he's on the halfway point, number 4 clock for him. We will soon be having Jimmy going into number 7, and our chaps on the drone are bringing you these wonderful pictures. Yep, there's Jimmy's crew, keeping him right, reminding him of the roots. Hans Huys, the only one in an obstacle at the moment, but we're keeping cameras on for our American fan base as Jimmy Fairclough leaders cantering in, plenty of power. Gathering up those reins. Horses, not too much distance between them, keeping the power, keeping the impulsion as the clock gives us this live coverage of Jimmy in there. Navigator working very hard, bottom step, leaning into the turn, that's what we want. István looks like he had a knockdown. There's +2 to add for him, so that pushes him back into 8th place. Did have a good time in that first obstacle as we prepare for the first obstacle for the second French driver, Maxime Maricourt, coming in soon. Sitting in 23rd position, 57.30 for the Frenchman. And clock stops for Jimmy. 60.14, 5th fastest. Oh my goodness, he's really gaining Gaining speed. Good horses, fit, willing. One more to go for Jimmy Fairclough. Don't forget Frank Galbach, senior, running on an eliminated score after number 1. Just about to have Frank Jr. going into the water number 3. Isfan 2 to add, so he slipped down into 8th time. Maxime about to start. Jimmy just about got his full quota of scores in, 7 out of the 8. Winning marathon at the moment. I had just 0.81. József Dobrovitz Jr, as we would expect, good marathon driver. But Radek, though a little bit behind, had the better dressage, so he's sitting in front on the combined score, 175.93. Super sights as these horses. Look at those ears. Alert, listening, they know what's coming. Let me at it. What a cracking pair of leaders. As the clock starts in Prince Philip's trees. István Bácsi for Hungary. Another one of their individuals. Yeah, drone landing again. Three live obstacles on the course at the moment. We're bringing you number 2 with István Bácsi. As the clock stops for him, 62.43. Where he was at the last one, until a 2 was added, 5th fastest for him. 4 live obstacles. Maxime has started. We've got Hans Huys in number 5. Ferenc Galbach in number 4. Ferenc Jr. in number 3. Oh yes, plenty of water needed today. These horses will be properly cooled down under the eyes of one of our vets. That's a formal part of the marathon now, the cool down, with a judge, steward and a vet present. Heart rates taken, temperatures reduced. We've got Red Hot Chili Peppers playing in the background if you like music, and it certainly is red hot today on this marathon. We've got some more 8-legged friends joining me, plenty of spiders around. Maxime there out in 67.14, 15th fastest for him. Levi Slaw at the moment was slower. I'm sure he'll warm up as the marathon goes on. So just a pause in the action, and then suddenly all the green lights will come on again. So wherever you are, thank you for joining us here in Hungary for this 26th FEI World Championship for 4-in-hand. The very first one back in 1972, 18 competitors from 7 nations in Munster. But Hungary, the proud hosts in 1971, the year before of the first European Championship. That was the first time that a formal FEI driving championship was held. In those early days, the Brits used to have great success. We did win the very first gold And we won the second one as well. A gentleman called George Bowman was on the squad team 1974. And he's still going strong. George's memory for the names, the people, everything, quite incredible. All his Hungarian friends and the people he competed against. He and the late Prince Philip, close friends through their driving times and beyond. In number 8, for the Americans, Jimmy Fairclough. Up and down through these gates, threading through, keeping the pace. He's doing that very well. And that C gate, it's like an arrowhead pointing you out, isn't it? Good horses, plenty of running still, even at the end on a warm morning.
And number 8, the last obstacle of the track, 45 seconds.
Jamie Fairclough, one last loop through E. Going strong. There's F. And this looks very good. Will be a pretty good time. Won't be the fastest, but still pretty good, 66.20. That's the 5th. Absolutely brilliant. Jimmy Fairclough. He would probably like to go and drive the first 2 or 3 again on that sort of form, because he was 17th in 1 and 2 with those 5 additions, 15th in number 3, and then really gained a lot of time. So that's a marathon total for him of 155.95. That's a 9th position, 7th after the dressage on 216.18. So 9th in the marathon, 7th after the combined dressage and marathon scores, as we turn our attention back to the Lipizzaners and Greys of Istvan Vatsi. Lovely drone shots. Sandy surfaces there were rolled just before, and there's wooden planks popped in this morning, making everything as foot perfect as possible for these horses. Coming back out onto the track. Clock stopped on 63. That's the 3rd fastest, so that was 63 on the nose, 3rd fastest for him. Edwin van der Graaf, another one of our Dutch individuals. That's him going up in order to come down. Yaroslav Juran for Czech in number 4, 82.13. He had a good water. He was 6th fastest through that, 66.40. We've got Hans Huys in number 6. Edwin, as you can see, is in number 1. He's got these quite long-legged horses who will eat up the ground. Live shots from Hungary. In these beautiful obstacles, big, open, flowing, solid, driven with respect. And still, our Hungarian team member had the best marathon of the day, József Dobrovitz Jr. So Edwin out of there. Good time for him. 2nd fastest so far, 53.22. Some of these drivers who will be coming now will have had a bit of a chance to watch the early times and the routes.
Yaroslav second driver of the national team. One of the key drivers in Romania and also
Horses just catching their breath. Breeze getting up here, always welcome. Gogo Rakotsi out there on the course, are just about to go into number 4. That light's gone amber. József Dobrovitz Jr. still fastest in number 1 and number 4. Benjamin for France still retains 3 number 1 spots in 2, 6 and 7. René, he was fastest in number 5. And Radek fastest in the water number 3 and water number 8. So those are our front runners at the moment for times. As we come back to Romania. Kalman Babu already been for this squad of team of 2, squad and team. Live shots of the Ben-Hur obstacle number 4. At the same time, we have Yaroslav Juran for Czech in number 5, and we have Hans Huys in number 7. 3 live, and we're soon to have Pitcho Mazurek with his homebred horses coming in very soon, so that will be another one on the course. With Romania at the moment. 3 in obstacles. Maxime Maricot for France, 75.10, 13th fastest in number 2. He's about to go into number 3. We're on Gogo Rakotsi in number 4, and he finishes, the clock stops on 96.46, 40th fastest. Maxime for France. Clock on him. This is absolutely action as it is happening. Up for the drone. Lots of encouragement as they go through the water splash. There's the gate. And just the F to go. This is out there on that limb, and then they come back for the clock to stop and exit over the bridge. Times improving as this marathon goes on, 69.62 for 9th fastest. So warming up, getting faster as time progresses. Edwin van der Graaf currently in number 2. Berend Galbach in just out of number 6 in 72.5, 9th fastest. As for the Polish team, Pitcho Mazurek with his homebred horses. The family have been breeding horses for several generations, and he is actually a vet. So a very knowledgeable gentleman as well. For Poland, first of the 8 obstacles for Pitcho Mazurek. 2 live obstacles at the moment with Ferenc Galbach Jr. in number 4. But eyes on Poland at the moment. Up. Out they go. Clock stops at 57.398. Edwin van der Graaf, who's just gone through that 53.22, still fastest, but fastest remains József Dobrovitz Jr, 51.66, as we come back to Ferenc Galbács. Got an amber light next to Gergo Rakoczi. He'll be coming in. There he is. Number 5. And the time's running there for you. Number 5 is furthest away from the crowd. You can probably see not quite so many people around there. Also near the food and picnic area, so that's down the track, pretty much adjacent to where the warm-ups, cool-downs, start sections are. It's just across from that. There's this wonderful rainbow-coloured map showing all the loops around the track that our drivers are doing to cover that nearly 9 kilometres in this sort of 5-minute slot they've got to get in, between 36 minutes 25 seconds and 41 minutes and 25 seconds. The average speed, bearing in mind that we have them quite fast through the obstacles than they have their drawing breath moments, is 13 kilometres per hour. 4 live obstacles for you at the moment. Here's Ben-Hur, Istvan in number 4 for Hungary. Clock on him. Now we have a new fastest time. And that's great news for the Czechs of 57.61 for Yaroslav in number 6. So a new fastest time there. Eyes on number 4 at the moment. Istvan for Hungary. We've also got Ferenc in number 7, nearly at the end of his marathon. So Yaroslav Juran, great time for him through number 6 with those Welsh Cobs, manes and tails flowing. Ferenc Galbács out of number 7th, 96.60. That was a 13th time. As we come to Edwin van der Graaf in number 3. Smart, athletic, dark horses. There's quite distinctive trot with their bloodline and breedings. Oh, that was a good shot of those leaders working very well together. He's having quite a good marathon. He was 2nd fastest, number 1, 6th fastest in number 2. Pitcher now in number 2. And Ferenc Jr. in number 5. Here we are for Holland. And of course, Gijsbrand, Bram and Kos will have an eye to what's happening to their compatriot and the times and routes and results. Out for F. Alexander Flock, our course designer, assisted by Heather Briggs. Alexander from Germany, and Heather has come over from the States. We've got a very long list of officials. Our president of the grand jury, he was sitting at sea for 2 days, Bert Jambon from Belgium. Very experienced set of officials, judges. We've got Barry Capstick, Julie Kunat, Herman van der Bosch, and Eli Marthun, our technical delegate, and he does also double as a course designer as well, is Jeroen Hoeteman, one of the hardest working men in driving. Nicky Hart-Freiberg is his assistant technical delegate. We've got various other assistant course designers. Chief Steward Jan de Vary, again coming from Belgium, and on the team Camille Eslan from France. We've got various veterinary officers, doctors. It really is a very big enterprise to put together something like this. Maxime out of number 4 there, 10th fastest for him, as he was in the previous one, 77.87. Tom Stokmans, here we start the Belgian quest for another excellent result. They are pretty consistent as a team. There we go, out comes Tom, 62. He's got 2 very good marathon drivers on his team alongside him. We can't wait to see Glenn Geerts and Dries de Greek coming forward before too long. But everybody hold on to your hats, because we're now just about to go up a few gears, because none other than Boyd Exell is about to start. There's a 0 gone next to his name. Right, everyone. It's been pretty exciting so far. We've just gone up the gears. Come on, Boyd, what are you going to do today? Is it going to be a marathon win? What are you and Chester going to do? Where are you going to be in relation to the others, to Mickey Brauchle, to Glenn, to Dries, to Koos, to Bram and Ijsbrand, to Zoltan? Quick look at what a very, very pretty picture that is. Great shots. Thank you, team. Gergo Rakotsi, as the clock stops for him. 12th place, 77.16 in number 6. And we have Ferenc Albach. He's finishing off his marathon in number 8. Clock is ticking for him. So we're just having a quick look back at what happened in the 5th obstacle for Istvan Vaci, number 30, confirmation that of our Lipizzaner's. Just a quick review of his, actually good time, really good time through. So we are just having a quick review of number 5 of Istvan Vaci. We've got 2 live obstacles for you. Tom will be in number 2 soon, but it looks like Pitcher's had a problem. We've got 12 to add for that. We've had a 20. We've had a 20 to add for Yaroslav in number 7. As we come to Edwin van der Graaf in number 4. So number 7, what a shame for Yaroslav, because he'd had a cracking number 6 for that fastest time, and then just 20 to add there in number 7. But we are bringing you the live action of the Dutchman Edwin van der Graaf as he comes out of number 4. Third fastest. He's having a good marathon here, 69.31. Mitchell had 12 to add in number 2. He's now in number 3. Tom Stokmans is in number 2. Boyd very soon will be in number 1. Following him is Mickey Brauchle. Following him is Bram Chardon. And there he is. Number 1 in so many ways. Don't those horses look fabulous? Match fit, bring it on. Selviro, Hero, Gelviro and Mad Max. He's brought out Mad Max, who you will know the fan base is also used indoors, and Boyd actually name-checked him yesterday. Really happy to have him out there. Very sharp. Little dynamo, he's known as. So some of the real hard hitters coming out. Emma Olsen, of course, keeping him right. Boyd says she's even more competitive than he is. Gets very cross if he doesn't do quite as he's told. We've got Ned Andrew on the back. Lisa was on with the dressage and cones, Lisa Mitchell. For Australia, Mad Max is in for the marathon and the cones. He's sticking with Silvero for the dressage, marathon and cones. 17 now. What an experienced horse. Hero and Gelviro, 10 and 12. They've still got plenty of running left with their Mad Max. The little equine dynamo. Well, not really little, but he's quite something. And we've got an orange amber light for Boyd. What a picture. These horses fill the eye. The confidence that they exude. Try and beat us if you dare. That's what they're saying to the world as Boyd drops down. Here they go. Clock is running for Boyd Exell, defending champion. Number 1 in the world. In number 1. Now we're expecting some new fastest times on this course, but don't forget he's got Michael Brauchle just coming after him, absolutely breathing down his neck. But Boyd will be driving his own marathon. As Chester said yesterday, this is like a game of golf. You're actually competing against yourself sometimes. Now just watch where this clock is going to stop. Yeah. Of course, it's the fastest, 48.09. Over 3 seconds faster than József Dobrovitz Jr. So we're going to see some new fastest times, but he might not retain those number 1s on every obstacle for very long, because he's got some incredible marathon drivers behind him. Not that he isn't, he is world number 1 and defending champion, going for a 7th consecutive. It's not just a 7th title, it's a 7th consecutive one. That just shows how dominant he and his crew and his horses have been for so long. Eyes on Edwin van der Graaf for the Netherlands. He's in number 5. Currently Gergo as well in number 7, rounding off what's been a pretty good marathon for him. Nothing to add in terms of penalties. A few smatterings of reds. Pitcho had 2 to add for Poland. He's currently in number 4. But Boyd on the course. If you've just joined us, welcome. Wherever in the world you are, Boyd Exell is out on the marathon at the moment. Will more history be made? It already was yesterday after Chester and to some extent Boyd's dressage. Edwin out of there, 2nd fastest. Good marathon for him. 59.16. Piccio for Poland, currently in number 4. But there he is. He just grows wings and flies through obstacles. So bold, finds lines, turns, speed, power. Michael Brauchle. He's always riveting and quite entertaining to watch as well. 2 live at the moment. We've got Tom for the Belgian team. He's in number 3, that water and bridge. Clock stop for Piccio, 77.28, and that's 10th fastest in number 4. Back to the Hungarians, Ferenc Jr. He's in number 7. Gergo just got one more to go in number 8, but we're going to be darting between these obstacles, trying to give you as much coverage. Imagine for our crew, we've got to cover Boyd, Michael and Bram Chardon all out on the course at the same time, with Frederick, Luca Casatano between them, Eisbrand, Radek Nesvacil with the gorgeous Kladrubas, Marika, then Chester. It's an embarrassment of riches. We've got so much great driving. We're poised to share it with you. How exciting is this? Boyd, of course, fastest so far through number 1. We're on Ferenc as he leaves number 7. 67.23 for him. That was 8th fastest. Ferenc Jr. That's it, all obstacles clear at the moment, but look at them. They really own this course and pretty much every event they go to. Emma will have been keeping Boyd sharp on the route as they enter the Prince Philip trees at Prince Philip's 80th birthday party. He had lots of celebrations, but there was a special celebration for all his horse friends, and Boyd actually performed the most incredible feat where one of his party tricks with a team of 4 horses is to race up the back of a horse box, up the ramp with the carriage on, and stop still, dead still. And that was a party trick he performed, Boyd Exell, for Prince Philip. How about that? As he's driving past the pictures, the images, the icon. Boyd Exell live from this wonderful marathon course. Where's the clock going to stop? 53.72. Of course, it's the fastest. Benjamin has lost his fastest position there. He was on 56.63, but he did hold on to that for some time. But Boyd now 53.72. But just see what comes after him. 2 live obstacles going on out there at the moment. Edwin has gone into number 6. As Gergo finishes off for his marathon, but Michael Brauchle coming down. Will it be another individual podium for him? Had a very successful driving career, always in the mix as well with the World Cups. Gives it everything. You can just see still up there on some of those timing devices what is happening in terms of first and second fastest times, but we've just had Boyd in. Pretty good dressage for Michael. It wasn't the score that was kept, it was Marika and Georg for the team effort for the Germans. But one would very much anticipate that this is a dressage score that will count towards the team effort. The Germans currently sitting in third place. Australia still in front with Tor and Boyd's combined score of 80.91. In second, father and son, great dressage tests yesterday. Bram and Eisbrand, that's what counted. But Koos is going to come out here. He was walking the obstacles right until the last minute with Marie. And Germany, Michael Brauchle comes out. We'll just bring you confirmation of that time, just waiting for that to come up onto my screen.
Bram Chardon készül, szintén egy domináns hajtó, akinek az édesapjákban Chardon 15-szörös világbajnok. Bram Chardonnak sem kell szégyenkeznie az eredményekkel, ugyanis Pécsben már világbajnokság.
Just got a slight pause with the times on my screen, and so I'm not going to speculate until I get the official time through. For Michael Brauchle, had a dressage of 52.77. That was a 17th place for him. Just try and get that confirmation of that score for you as soon as we can. Bram will be in through quite soon. Bram Chardon for the Netherlands. Maxime Maricourt for France. Shots of him in number 7. Right, confirmation. I've just had a change in the screen. That was a fastest time for Michael Brauchle. That was the new fastest time in number 1, just a slight delay in the technology there. 46.34. Now, he's not quite a lot of Boyd's time, 46.34. Don't forget, Boyd has given himself this enormous advantage. I mean, there's nearly 20 points between him and Michael Brauchle for the dressage. Boyd is on 33.53, Michael Brauchle on 52.77, so that comes into play a little bit more for the individual medals, but for the German team effort, 46.34. That's great news for them, as we have another one finishing off their marathon. That was Frank, who was out in 67.63, 7th place time for him. He's had a good marathon, 5th so far, 136.96, giving him a combined score of 196.79. Back onto Boyd in the water. Looping round those flowers. These are important scenes, important times, important performances. He doesn't need any more confirmation for the legendary status and what he has achieved as an individual through hard graft, through an unquestionable self-belief, through talent, through building a crew around him. Andrew Simmons, Sarah Garnett, who's here, Preetha, his wife, we must, of course, credit her and all that she brings to this for Boyd as well. 58.37. Of course, the fastest time for that one, but we've got Bram just about to start as Michael Brauchle comes into shot for number 2. Fastest for Boyd, confirmation there in number 3. Just on the course now is Svanbachi finishing his marathon through number 8, 67.57. That's the 7th placing for him. That's it, just he got on the back with him. Celia, looks like that was Celia that jumped down there. Franz Gruber is on the bottom step. As we bring you the live scenes, Michael Brauchle for Germany in number 2. These will be quite possibly the times that the others will be aiming to beat, but Boyd so consistent across all 3 phases. There isn't really a weak spot with him. That's why he maintains his dominance in the individual competition. But all credit to Tor van der Berg, who did a great job in his dressage yesterday and giving Australia all sorts of chances. And these horses for Michael Brauchle, those leaders in particular, we've watched them time and time again. They just dance and jump. They're so lithe and agile. Look how from 0 to 60. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, dear. Just a slight delay for him, but recovered well. Recovered well. Now, that will mean that that isn't the fastest time yet. That just put a few seconds onto that 59.09, so that's the 3rd fastest time. Benjamin's still 2nd. Means Boyd's crown through the 2nd obstacle is still firmly in place as Bram Chardon starts on the course. The clock is running for Bram. Here we go. Everyone working really hard in the background just to keep your icons and heroes in view as this gentleman, current European champion, current world champion. Incredible career. Look at the length, his reach through those arms and his loops. So quick on the reins. Bram Chardon. Now, where's the clock going to stop for this? Yes, a little behind Boyd. That's 3rd placing, 48.83. But do expect some very competitive times from him because he'll be one that gains momentum as it goes on. He's got Twan and Leanne on with him. Sister Leanne will be navigating, keeping him right. And just the family enterprise and support that these Chardons give each other. Quite incredible. And actually somebody who is trained regularly by Bram. We've got Luca Casatana from Italy. It's an hour and a half from Turin is where he's based. Just a moment for everyone, film crew included, to breathe. We don't have anyone in the obstacles at the moment, but Boyd doing a great job. Will soon be in number 4. That's turned amber. 2nd fastest behind Michael Brauchle, but still holding on to fastest times in number 2 and number 3. As Our Lady of Driving casts her stern gaze over everyone. Pretty much at the halfway point from the live coverage in Hungary as we watch Boyd Exell coming down into number 4. For big horses, they just seem so light. Plenty of spring in those legs through the joints, in fantastic condition, but they also have the benefit of some great experience as competitors, as athletes, the horses themselves. That was a great line through there, proper snaking of that carriage through the Ben Hur. Obstacle number 4. Boyd, who has done so much for the development of carriage technology. He's worked hand in glove with the builders and the harness makers. Henk, if you're watching, Van der Wiel, who makes the harness for so many of our drivers, works very closely with the Chardons as well. And just the positioning of the buckles, the length of the breast collars, where those traces fix, every attention, every detail given a great deal of thought. And another fastest time for Boyd Exell, 62.61. Who's in second there? József Dobrovitz had that fastest time until that moment, 65.78, so quite a bit faster than what's gone before. One live obstacle in the course at the moment, Edwin van der Graaf. He's had a good marathon so far as we go back to Michael Brauchle. Very patriotic bands on the boots there. They're not permitted to wear the leg protections in the other phases, but here in the marathon, of course they do. Overreach boots, brushing boots. There we go, clock back to 0 as we watch this dynamic German, such a big character, quite a personality, quite a force to be reckoned with himself. Michael Brauchle says how much he enjoys training his horses, bringing them on. But he brings quite a lot of velocity himself to the situation. Oh gosh, what a good horse. What a good horse to make that tight turn for him. Oh, up again. Looks like a party piece here. You really would rather have them going forward than up, because you lose a little bit of time with that. Forward, forward all the time, keep it smooth. That's the idea. You don't want too much of this stop-starting. Yeah, just leaping round. It's like Tigger today. That left side leader. So we've got Tigger in front, and, well, Tigger has helped Michael Brauchle get a great fast time. He smashed it there. That was 56.68. Boyd was through in 58.37. So whatever they're doing, they did it very well in that one. Bram is in number 2. The Prince Philip tree trunks. Now, these are ground covering horses. These won't have the same sort of spring. They're like jack-in-a-boxes, Michael Brauchle's leaders, whereas these ones, they go down and they go fast and they eat up the ground with their long legs, like Bram's long legs. Yeah, gained a bit on that one. Second fastest, 54.05. Boyd's stays the fastest, having a drink. Of course he is. It's a dusty day out there. So plenty to bring you as another big name comes up the hill. Fredrik Persson for Sweden. Had a very good dressage, low 40s, 43.65. Only one Swede here this time. Sometimes they do have the team. And again, another nation that's done great things in driving over the years. Fredrik currently sitting in 7th as Luca for Italy, all the nations together. He's in number 1. There we go. Clock running for Luca Castatana. In 19th, so just over the halfway point with our 41 athletes. Lady killers back out again. And Sandra Boy. We've got Tom Stokmans still out on the course. Tom having a pretty good marathon. He's 4th fastest in number 4, 6th, 8th. And the clock stops for Tom, 64.78 in number 6. Whilst we bring you pictures in the very distinctive blue for Luca. 7th fastest for him, 54.23. But we've got several maestros out on the course at the moment as we turn back to Boyd. Clock running for him in number 5. He's putting in a tremendous performance here. 2 fastest, 2 second fastest so far. He remains ahead of Michael Brauchle after that number 2 obstacle. Michael's leader's just spliced across that corner post. Bit of a delay there for him. As out on the course, Piccio finishes his marathon. Poland, he had 4 to add in the 7th obstacle. Boyd Exell. Big, powerful, dynamic horses. Powering out. Clock stops at 56.11. That is the fastest time in number 5. Quickly back to Michael Brauchle, just behind the running in number 4. What can he do here? 2 fastest times so far. Quite often a winner in the marathon. These tremendous leaders. So want to go around every gap. Oh, bounce, bounce again. Tigger's at it. Time will be a good one. It's looking very good. Very tight on those posts, isn't he? Has to be so accurate when you're choosing lines as tight as this. The judgment, the rein handling. Yeah, that's going to be fast. 60.61. 3 out of 4 fastest times. Boyd was 62.61. Michael Brauchle 60.61. Doing everything right, but just have a look at his lines, how tight he is. Very brave driving and tremendous performances from his leaders in particular. Just darting around, looking for those holes. Who knows if they can read the sequence of letters. Very clever animals, our horses. Frederick just going round. Horses jogging. They know what's coming. Amber light round him. Bram will be coming into the water next, number 3, as Boyd's horses trot gently around. Lovely aerial shot there. As Bram's coming away from us in this commentary spot to go down. It's a down into the Ineos Grenadier Water and Bridge. Seeing what routes they're taking, learning. Now this is a good obstacle for him. It's long and it's open, and he's got these horses that just eat up the ground. Athletic, long legs. Fast running through the E gate, and then they go across the base of it. That's F. And then as they come back up the bridge, the clock will stop. How is this looking? It's not going to be the fastest, but it's going to be the 2nd fastest. Good marathon there for Bram. 58.3. So that nudges Boyd into 3rd on that one. Michael Brauchle still fastest. That was quite a brilliant drive by his horses through that. So Boyd remains fastest in 2 and 5, but Michael and Bram haven't gone yet as we turn back to Luca Casatana in number 2. Box running on him. Frederick will start very soon in number 1. Tom Stokmans, mustn't forget about Tom out on the course for the Belgians. He's just clocked a fastest time in number 7. As Boyd already is flying by is in number 6 with those pouncing golden lions that the horses have to go under. Fantastic sculptural decoration all through this parkland. Quite apt and grandiose decoration for a World Championship. Hungary just thrilled to have the focus of the world on them, all the driving fans. Clock rolling. Fastest time was actually Yaroslav with the Welsh Cobs. And here you had one old-fashioned driving breed and versus one quite modern driving breed. And there we have it. But that actually not too bad. Only 0.1 between them. Well done, Yaroslav. Boyd went through that in 57.51, so that's him with 3 sort of yellowy golden blocks around his times as Michael Brauchle goes into number 5. Gosh, we are jumping between these titans on the marathon. Oh, look at those angles and those turns. It's like a concertina. They just go as short as they can to get as tight. This is very, very good driving. The dexterity and the speed. Commitment. Oh, no. He really wanted, it was like the right-hand leader was pushing for that gap. The other 3 going, no, uphill. But they recover so quickly. Oh, Tigger's at it again, jump. It's like a Duracell battery, and yes, probably just lost a fraction on that slight pause going up the hill then. So that's 56.74. Boyd stays in front, 56.74, but still all very close. But everything needs to go right when you're competing against the Boyd Excells of this world. And with the sorts of people like Bram that we have out, there's no forgiveness, there's no margin for error, nowhere to hide. 3 ambers on the course as Boyd prepares to come into number 7. Tom Stokman for the Belgians. Let's give them a special mention as Tom is in number 8. Looks like he had a ball down or something happen in number 7. That's was quite a good time, but that's had a 2 added to that. But one would think that Glenn and Dries will be the scores, all being well, to use for those Belgian team places for the marathon. Bram out there, about to go into number 4. Boyd and the crew just having a bit of a breather. They do look so well, just out for a Sunday afternoon drive. Only a bit of dust and mud around the boots gives away what they've been up to. All looking fresh as Bram gathers up his horses, these long horses, bringing them back to propel forward through these obstacles. Luca is also in the water at the moment. Boyd in number 7, but we are looking at the moment at Bram. As soon as I have a time for Boyd, I will share that with you. Bram Chardon, clock running for him in number 4. Past the chariot. Our fastest through there at the moment is Michael Brauchle in 60.61. Where is Bram going to be in relation to this? Luca also in number 3. Top running in Boyd on number 7. Now, pretty good from Bram. He's just pushing Boyd behind him on this marathon, 62.63. He's not getting in front of Michael Brauchle, but he's pushing Boyd down a slot. But Boyd has had a super time through number 7. going to go back to Boyd. Thanks, crew. Well, I better not say anything. Forget that. Forget everything. We're going to see Boyd coming through past the big book. I wonder if Boyd will write a book one day about his driving and all his secrets to his incredible career. Oh, great line. Very, very good through A. That's what makes champions. Curling round. Forward, forward, all the time. Wheel is working. Leaders listening, doing as they're told, as they're asked. Tight onto that centre triangle. Nowhere near that ball. That's not an option when you're Boyd Exell. They stay on top. Number 7 for him. Frederick Persson at the moment is in number 2, but this is just going back to what happened for Boyd, and I can confirm that was 47.68. So that was the fastest time for him. He's got 4 fastest times at the moment. Michael Brauchle, Boyd held on to number 5 fastest time, but Bram will be going into that soon, so Michael not quite so fast in that. Boyd in front on 2 and 5 in relation to what Michael Brauchle has done. As we go back to the live pictures. So fastest for Boyd through number 7. As we go to Michael Brauchle underneath the pouncing Golden Lions in number 6. Is it going to be another fastest time? He's got Bram just about to go into number 5. Ijsbrand will be out on the course very, very soon. Won't be long before we see him. Bram Chardon. Clock running live with Michael Brauchle for Germany. Quite often ends this phase as the leader. Will he this time? The current fastest time is 57.51, and yes, that's a new fastest time for Michael Brauchle, 55.81. Nearly 2 seconds off Boyd's time. That's a tremendous time. He's got 4 out of 6 fastest times. Boyd's got 3 out of 7. Last obstacle awaits Boyd Exell as we turn our attention to Bram Chardon for the Netherlands in number 5. They did have an incredible crowd cheering on at the Europeans in Exell a year ago for those European Championships that he won. He was quite dominant in that. Second in the dressage, only Marijke in front of him, but tremendous marathon and cones for him as Bram, again, great lines for him. All these many World Cup competitions that he does, and he does so very, very well, really do contribute as he comes out through F. Where will the clock stop? This is looking very good for Bram. That's just a slight hesitation on that last line out, but 57.69, that's third. He's had 2/3 in the first and the one we've just watched fifth, and 3 seconds. There is really very, very little in it as we go back to Boyd in this final obstacle. Live coverage here from Hungary. Boyd Exell having a tremendous marathon, tucked very tightly into that turn into C. No space or air between the horses, the carriage and that post. Very, very good marathon for Boyd Exell. Swinging round, kicking up that dust from the wheels. Horses looking tremendous at the end of the marathon, very, very fit. Bounce, bounce, bounce of the carriage as they have one last exit, and this will be good. Very, very good. Boyd ends on 57.50, a marathon total of 110.40. So way in front. Way in front. József Dobrovitz sits on 120.01, but of course Boyd stays in front with that excellent dressage score. Total for him of 143.93. But we go straight back to Michael Brauchle. Where is he going to end? Probably sub 110 if he carries on with this form, if nothing goes wrong. He's in number 7, doing an awful lot right on this marathon. These are very, very good leaders. He's got the power. Those wheelers just keep pulling, just keep that carriage going. But these leaders, as the clock stops for him, oh, Boyd was fastest, you know. He may well stay in front on the marathon. Quite a gap there, 52 seconds, not so fast. Even Stevens pretty much in the dishing out of who's going fastest through these obstacles. Fredrik Persson at the moment. Aerial shots of him for Sweden. Clock running in number 3 as he comes to the end of his third obstacle, and that's 64.71. He was 10th in the first one, and numbers 2 and 3, his times were 9th, so pretty consistent from him so far. Ah, right, okay, not great in terms of Michael Brauchle's marathon. It's just gone into red, so that was a 2 that was added, not quite what would have been expected, so must have been a knock on that for him. 52, so that slipped him back into 10th. Might be costly in terms of his quest for a winning marathon. Let's see what happens in number 3, but that certainly gives Boyd a bit of an advantage. I mean, he's got this massive advantage with the dressage already, but this is in terms of what happens in the marathon placings and the German team effort as Bram Chardon has gone through. Number 1, 56.69. That was a 12th time as we go live to Bram Chardon for all the Dutch fans and his many, many fans around the world. Doesn't matter which country you come from, he has a huge fan base. I know you'll be cheering on from wherever you are. The great man, an absolute living legend. We do have some facts and figures that I'll have a bit more time to share with you tomorrow about how many medals he's won in total. The FEI were actually able to supply that, but we don't want to take eyes off what's happening now. Live in number 2 with Bram Chardon. One would anticipate that probably Bram's and Kos's marathon scores were the ones that count for the team effort, but Bram will still be pushing for that podium place to add to the huge cabinet that he has. Now, that was an improvement in terms of the tallies, 59.997th for him. Luca is in number 5. Bram is in number 6. Boyd still has one more to go. We're a little bit spoilt for choice here as to who to follow, and Radek Nesvacil for the Czech Republic, the last of their drivers to go with these stunning Kladrubers. So back on to Bram, who has just finished number 6 in 58.66, 58.86 if you're keeping a tally. In terms of what's happening elsewhere, that was the 4th fastest. Michael still remains in front on that. Boyd, fastest through 6 and 7, hasn't been challenged on that. Sorry, 7 and 8. Boyd second in 6. I'm looking at hundreds and hundreds of figures on this screen. Names, positions, seconds, as Juran Nesvacil for Czech Republic gets underway. He's in number 1 with the Kladrubers. Out on the course, Boyd has finished. Michael Brauchle still to go into number 8. Bram 7 and 8. Lucas 6, 7 and 8. Frederick 3 under his belt. Eisbrand has done 2. Jiri through number 1 in 11th, pretty good. 55.17 as the slot turns amber for Frederick. He's about to go into number 4. Lovely shots there from above, the drone doing its job absolutely brilliantly, and what a sight. As our speedy German, Michael Brauchle, goes up through these planks on the diagonal. Great to see the angles there from above. Is it going to be a fastest time? Horses bounce off those. Oh, now he's gone a bit deeper there. That's interesting. Slightly different route there. How will that affect the times? You have there are lots and lots of options through these obstacles.
So 57.50.
But you can go either side of that upright to go through the C, and also you have the option, this is 8 we're talking about for the D, you can come in either side. So yeah, he did go wider there. Boyd was very tight on that, and that meant that Boyd stayed in front. So because of that, Michael Brauchle had the second fastest time, 59.66, which means that actually Boyd stays in front on the marathon. Mickey Brauchle has had a great marathon. It is a world championship. That was 113.76, but Boyd still at the moment is winning on the marathon. He said yesterday in the press conference he'd brought his marathon horses with him. And he did not lie. This wasn't a tactic. This was, well, it was a very good tactic, but it wasn't Boyd trying to throw us off the scent, which he sometimes does. As we come to Bram. Oh gosh, yeah, Mickey Brauchle, you added another 2 there, so that's just changed. So his total is now 115.73. So 2s to add in obstacles 7 and 8 for him. So although, I mean, it's a tremendous marathon from him, very, very hard to equal or beat. As we turn back to the Flying Dutchman, Bram Chardon, having a really good marathon. And a super dressage for him yesterday. Just a slither in front of his brilliant father. Not forget, we've got Juran Nesvacil out on the course. Eisbrand's in number 3. That's a great shot of Eisbrand coming through. As Bram powered through number 7, good for him. 49.97, sub 50. Boyd remains the fastest, but good number 7 for Bram. as we watch his brilliant father in the water. He's probably done hundreds of water obstacles, if not more than that, in his time. Certainly practiced through them. As Marika Harm starts a marathon. She's just coming up towards number 1. Yuri will be in number 2. Clock's gone green for him. Luca Casatana is in number 6. Now this is interesting. We have a very dynamic situation here. Our Bram's very good time in number 7. There's been a 2 to add for that. So not both he and Mickey Brauchle. Now, there's obviously a tricky ball somewhere in 7. Let me look at my diagrams, because we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now have a 2 in that. There's a ball on the corner. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 balls in 7. Boyd didn't touch it, but Tom and Piccio did, and Michael Brauchle and Bram did. So although we get their times in, probably once the officials and the judges have signed off that there's been a little tumble.
And second place, 168.50 currently for the driver representing the team of Germany. Third at the moment, Radek Nesvacil for Czech Republic with this result 175.93.
As Bram Chardon currently in number 5, just got Bram with 8 to go as we go to Marika. Both she and Anna had lovely dressage tests. Anna was just sitting in front of her in 3rd place, that 40.99. Marika, super test from her, often in the 30s, but yesterday 42.18 to go 4th. We've got Frederick Persson in number 5 at the moment, and quite a lot of anticipation to see what happens to Bram in the last obstacle, number 8. Out she comes, and the clock stops on 54.19. That's a 7th place time for her. That's good. She doesn't claim to have a fast marathon team. She just loves to showcase elegant driving and her well-trained, very athletic horses. But they have such grace and elegance about them in the dressage. We're going back to Sweden, to Frederick Persson. He's having a good marathon as well. Absolutely nothing wrong with what's happening to him. Luca's about to go into number 7, but a review here of Frederick Persson in number 5. I shan't give the game away just yet, but I do know what the time was. Looping, 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 round and round and round. Always on bend, very few straight lines until you're going out. As Luca is currently in number 7, and the clock stops for Frederick Persson in that one on 60.24. That was the 7th fastest time. Chester Webber. The light's gone amber next to his first obstacle. Right, Chester. This incredible performance yesterday. He's done many, many, many marathons, but one would imagine the butterflies before this one will be there, because he'll be wanting to do everything he can to keep his horses as high up those rankings as possible. He'll know what Boyd's just done on that marathon. Boyd's just put in an absolutely storming marathon. As we watch Bram Chardon finishing off his marathon in Hungary. Little hesitation on that turn as they went back up the hill. Had 2 to add from the penultimate obstacle. Bram Chardon. Radek Nesvacil also out on the course. Eisbrand in number 4, but we are looking at his brilliant son, Bram Chardon, out to the far end, going round that centre element. Back up the hill through the F gate. Oh, very close. Good boys in front. Well done. They just jumped out of the way as Marika goes past on her loop, and out we go. What's the time like? Pretty good. Won't be the fastest. 3rd fastest at the moment. Just wait and see if anything gets added to that, but that's the 3rd fastest. Boyd remains very strong through that, and Radek back in the day is 2nd fastest. Bram on 60.63. We'll just wait to see if anything's to be added, but at the moment that seems okay. Hungarian Nesvacil for the Czech Republic. And the Cloud Rover is currently in the water as Eisbrand is also on the course. He's done 4 obstacles. Eisbrand Chardon had a very good number 3 for the fans, 60.08. That was 5th fastest for him, and a 4th fastest through number 4, 64.76. So Eisbrand really hotting up as we go back to Marika. Yeah, Bram has popped himself into 2nd place overall on the marathon. He goes ahead of Michael Brauchle, so Bram's total is 114.62. Great job for him, goes into 2nd place overall. That's a tremendous result for the Dutchman after the first 2 phases of this event. 157.74. A big gap between him and Boyd, but Marika doing great out on the marathon at the moment as we wait for Chester Webber. Marika in number 2 just now, but confirmation that a very good marathon from Bram Chardon has put him into 2nd place individually. Gives Chester a bit of breathing space in reality if everything goes well for him, and look at the results he's had over the years. One would expect it to be brilliant as Marika came out of number 2, 63.83, not quite so fast in comparison to the others. Boyd remains in front there. She was on 63.83, he was on 53.72. As Chester powers up the hill, he's popped Casper in front, left lead. He said, well, that was as of yesterday. These things can change right until the last minute. Eisbrand in number 6, 7th fastest through 4 and 5. All going well for him. 11th, very consistent in 1, 2 and 3. And then went up into 6th gear, took the foot brake off and powered through 4 and 5. Currently in number 6, but we are watching Fredrik Persson.
So Fredrik Persson is finished with his 6th obstacle.
Yeah, those scores for Fredrik Persson very good. As Eisbrand goes into number 5. I was actually looking at the wrong line, so scrap that. Fredrik has had 1, 2, 3, 4, very narrow. 1, 2, 3, 4 11ths for him and 2 7ths. Chester Webber we're watching now. Eisbrand in number 5. Chester with that incredible, as the wind gets up, the gods are watching. Chester. Fastest remains Michael Brauchle on 46.34. So we're just about to go past that, but Chester's given him so much space Clock stops 53.31, sixth fastest so far, but he's got this great big gap, this big advantage. And we have a moment. The wind really is getting up. It's the drone again. But yes, you can see that as the dust is rising behind Bram Chardon. Back on him. So Bram storming round. Good times for him. Number 1, just getting his eye and hands in, that was 15th fastest. Number 2, he was 8th. Number 3, following the lines of scores, number 3, 5th, number 4, 4th, and then number 5. He was 5th fastest through that. I'll give you the time in just a moment. This is a review. And that was 58.70, but having a good marathon, Bram. Frederick about to go into number 7, as we have live shots now of Luca in the final obstacle, looping around that middle element there. Clock running on Luca Casatana. Quite easily distinguished with these blue colours on the tails. Oh, that's it, back through the water, moving terribly fast, but that ends a marathon for him. Nothing to add, it looks like. 17th fastest, yes, but safely home. 73.07. 13th for him overall, a total of 138.1, and that gives him 10th place overall, 192.21. We think he's very pleased with that. Back to Marika. She's in the other water, which is number 3. Clock running live for Marika Harm. Lovely angle there, showing those well-conditioned horses. Running through, flowing, fluent, make it look easy. 2 more letters to do. They have to fan out to E and then to F. That's it, the clock will stop very soon on 64.72. 12th fastest. So she had a good number 1, 8th fastest through that. Chester was 6th fastest, and she was 14th and 12th through the other 2. Frederick Persson had a good number 7 as we wait for Christoph Sandman to start his marathon. Been competing for many years, and good to have him back out at a world championship. As we return to Chester Webber for the United States. Clock running in number 2 for him. Chester Webber gave himself such a great advantage with that dressage. Keep them forward through B. Prince Philip logs. Just caught sight of the Kladrubers going behind me. Side of my tent's blown off. As Chester Webber is in number 2. Boyd still the fastest through that one. Michael Brauchle fastest in number 1, 3, 4 and 6. But Boyd said, you're going to have to keep up with me if you're going to get my gold medal, and he's done a great job. But Chester Webber out there, good time for him, 58.40. That's the 4th fastest so far, but don't forget we've still got Cousterand. He'll be coming on after Christoph Sandman, Dries de Greek and Glenn Geerts, Zoltan Lazar. Some pretty fast marathon drivers still to come. And this is absolutely brilliant. I'm about to give you some very good news if you're an Aillaud Chardon fan. Giving the game away here through the Lions, but they'll be celebrating in just a moment. We've just got a quick review shot here underneath the Lions. Aillaud, you are brilliant. He's still got it, and he's going to come out, and there won't be a time for you, I think, because this is a review, but I'm about to give you some very good news if you're an Aillaud Chardon fan. That's just fantastic. He's knocked all the young guns off the spot, and he has recorded a fastest time in obstacle number 6, 51.36. As Aillaud leaves, I couldn't keep you in suspense any longer. A fastest time for the great man. He's knocked Mickey off top spot there. Christoph Sandman starts his marathon in number 1. Marijke in number 4, as Christoph Sandman. Daughter Anna had this wonderful test on Thursday and held firm on the podium as Christoph exits 64.86, 21st, still in the mix for him. As we turn to Marijke in number 4. Now, Christoph is an individual for Germany, whereas Marijke is on the team. So this is all important. Georg Bonstein will be coming out soon. He's 4th last to go, another good one on the marathons. We really do have some dynamos to come next. As she comes out on 70.12, that's the 10th fastest time for her. So still that first one, the best in terms of the rest. Christoph has 2 to add. Must have had a knock there in number 1. Live shots as Fredrik Persson is in number 8. Good marathon for him. Had a very good number 7, 4th fastest.
Well, the time has changed since this obstacle of Aillaud. He wasn't the leader, so still the
now,
55.81.
it was almost too good to be true. One mustn't get ahead of oneself. There's been a bit of a switch round. My colleagues are saying the same thing live here. It wasn't the fastest time, but 4th. There we go. No, scrap that. They've changed the times for that last obstacle for Aillaud on our scores. I should pause before releasing good news. Number 7 for Aillaud at the moment. We thought he'd been fastest through number 6, but we've had an adjustment on our screens as he leaves there in 60.43. I'm going to give you as much information as it comes in. Looking now at Chester in number 3. Very good dressage horses. Interestingly, if you're interested in the harness, I've just spotted a terret on the top of those neck straps on the breast collars. Those leader reins going back into his hand. Good shots of Chester Webber. Cousteron about to start. So the fastest times overall still being shared between Michael Brauchle and Boyd, 4 each. But Bram's average very good to give him at that second place in the marathon and overall. And time for Chester 60.83. That's the 6th fastest time, matches what he produced in the first obstacle. So 6th fastest for Chester 60.83. He did say he was going to really go for it. As we turn to Christoph Sandman in number 2. Oh. Just looked like one of the wheelers got caught up there. The clock's still running on number 2, but we'll just leave them to sort that out. Marika on the course still. She's coming into number 5 as we turn to the Kladruber Stallions, and might be a gelding in here. I haven't checked which combination they've got, but Radek Nesvacil for the Czech Republic. And here they are. In number 6.
We are currently at number 6, right here.
Lovely boys, well done. Coming round majestically under the lines. They give them a run for their money, these brave horses. 62.52. Just a quick adjustment on the harness. Just popping that strap bit. And a nice pad for the horse, of course. Clocks. Thank you. We're just turning our attentions back to Marika in the 5th obstacle. Don't want to preempt anything by announcing times because things can change. Yes, I see what's happened. IJsbrand seems to have had, this is just the dynamic situation we're in, a couple of balls in 6 and 7. Frustrating because those obstacles 3, 4 and 5 looked very good for him, but for 6 and 7, despite our initial great excitement, he's added balls to 6 and 7, so that might affect his dreams of yet another podium position in the individual game as Marika comes out, and that was 63.61, 14th for her. Now this will be exciting. He is always brilliant on a marathon. Cousteron and Marie walking right to the last minute. They were able to do that because they're in the last quarter of our runners, and that second fastest, 47.35. Boyd's time's looking pretty safe in some of these obstacles, but Cousteron looking good for Cousteron as we turn back to Bram Chardon. We just have a little flurry of excitement amongst the fan base when we thought he might have been fast, but then there was a ball to add. But still a great marathon from a great man, willing the horses back up that hill. Good shots there as they loop round. What a sight. Bram Chardon in number 8. Chester is currently in number 4. And Tor Vandenberg for Australia will be starting soon. That's it. That's the World Championship Marathon over for Bram Chardon. 68.53, 15th place in terms of what's gone before. We're going to have a quick look at Chester, but I should give you Bram's total. 9th place in the marathon, 126.32, but that puts him into 5th place overall, 169.64. Don't forget, he is a master through the cones. I've just got to see how tricky the course is going to be and what influence that has on everything. 10th fastest time for Chester on the marathon, 70.10, but the margins are very small. Marika was through that in 70.12, and Geerts in 70.14, so pretty even. These chaps out there on the moment, on the course at the moment, as Tor Vandenberg just starts his marathon. There he is. Number 1 is in amber as we go to obstacle number 7. Oh, just a bounce off the post there, but it was the carriage. That's all right. They kept going. Lots of instructions being shouted there by the top step. Oh, tight turn there. Yeah, they managed to, gosh, just organise themselves out of that turn. Doubling back on themselves. Well done. Found his lines. It's one thing walking them, but it's another thing navigating a great big team of 4 horses through them, and these are big horses, solid horses as well. And 7th fastest for him through there, 57.26. Just remains to be seen if, with a couple of knocks, Koos has just gone past me on the track, whether there was a ball, because he just nudged a couple of posts there. If Lady Luck was smiling, maybe that's what we should call the lady number 1, Lady Luck. That regal head there. Just depends if the knocks happen where the balls are. Yes, thought that might have happened. Thought that might have happened. So the time changes for Yuri with the 2 added. As Marika is in number 6. Clock stop 1, or 12th position for her, 62.67. So she's pretty consistent that first one. Chester's just powered down the hill behind us. Not such a good number 4 for him. He'll be popping into number 5 any minute now as we go back to the Dutch speed merchant, Koos de Ronde, who, when he's on song, is as good as they get on a marathon. Through the B gate. And these big rangy horses, the tall men of the driving class. Looking like they're really enjoying themselves. All those ears forward. Plenty of power in there as Koos races out past that gate, that number 2. Round the top. And that's a 3rd place time for him. Boyce still in front. Bram Chardon second, 56.29. So 2nd and 3rd in terms of what's gone before. Boyd and Michael Brauchle. Proving very difficult to beat. There's this band across the screen of Marika's just come past us with these sort of gold blocks where they're fastest, as Chester is in number 5 now. It all comes on so thick and fast, and these hundreds, not thousands of numbers in front of my eyes. Out they go, a bit of a wobble on the carriage there, but that's Chester out of number 5 and 64.05, 16th. Those second and third ones were best for him, as we turn our attention to the Australians' team effort with Tor van den Berg. He did a cracking dressage test, 47.38 to finish 11th. So with Boyd's marathon result, Australia still very much in touch for the teams. Everybody will be willing Tor on to have a good marathon. Keep them in touch. Where's the clock going to stop for this one? Powering up the hill. Yep, that's pretty good. 52.85, 6th place. Brauchle still fastest on that one. Back to Marika in number 7. Both Yuri and Eisbrand had balls to add there. József Dobrovitz will be next out on the course, and that's going to really please the Hungarians. We've had a bit of a gap between the Hungarians coming out. We had a bit of a rush to start off with. Christoph Salmon still out there on the course, but nothing more to add for him. Marika, pretty consistent. It was an 11th for her, 58.95, but she does have a very decent dressage score there.
So there are only 3 more drivers in the warm-up place. József Dobrovitz.
As József Dobrovitz prepares for his marathon in this iconic Szilvásvárad State Stud Farm. The 7th World Championship was held here 40 years ago, and it was that event that inspired Zoltan Lazar and his brother Vilmos, who is now president of the Hungarian Equestrian Federation and one of the main organisers here. It was what happened here 40 years ago. Zoltan was 11 at the time, inspiring them to take up driving, and gosh, what they've done for Hungary over the years. Just in my line, we have the drone operator. He's got a, looks like a PlayStation in his hand, a console, and he's helping broadcast these fantastic aerial images. Has the sides of my tent flap in the wind, but happy to have the wind if it means the horses are being kept cool. Now it looks like Christoph is not continuing, or certainly has been overtaken by Cousteron. Was powered down the hill behind Andrew Simmons on the bike. Cousteron now in number 3. Lovely shots, thanks to the drone crew for this. Who's leaning forward, encouraging these running horses to give their everything. Glowing in the sun. 2nd fastest in 1, 3rd fastest in 2, but it will be a good marathon. But Boyd looks like the man to beat on today's marathon, if ever there were any detractors or doubters. He's put that to rest, silenced them all with his marathon performance, and for Juran, that was through number 3, 6th fastest. Michael Brauchle remains in first place on that one, 60.77 for Juran. Chester out on the course in number 6, having a pretty decent marathon. Won't be in front of Boyd at the end of the day, but it remains to be seen with that great gap he's got in front of the others. He can still stay in contention for an individual medal. That's what everybody who's supporting him will be aiming for with that tremendous margin. Can he keep capitalizing on that? So 62.59, 12th fastest for Chester in number 6, but the margins are really very slight between all these times now. Now, an EL, an elimination, has come up next to Geerts' marathon score. Can't quite see what's happened there. Something round about the 8th obstacle. Try and find out what's happened there, because he seemed to be having quite a decent round with the Greys. Marika's got one more to go. Coming soon into number 8. Lots of the German fans will be cheering her on as we see coming into view. Look at those smart leaders. They really did impress in the dressage test for József Dobrovitz. He had a much better score than he's had in recent years, and this very, very smart pair of leaders, if indeed they are the same. But look at that. Lots of people try very hard to recreate that action and presence. It doesn't necessarily win you marks, but it certainly looks the part. Bikes and carriages powering down as József Dobrovitz for Hungary comes down into number 2, and of course you can hear from the crowd that one of their own is back on the course. That was like a motorcycle going around that turn. He just has the sight in one eye, so it's quite remarkable what he does and the lines he takes. And his clever son did a very good round earlier on. Now in 4th place. Marika in the 8th obstacle at the moment. And this is looking very good. That's a great time for József Dobrovitz for the Hungarian team effort, 50.12. Michael Brauchle remains in front on his 46.34. But you have to leave the balls on top, and you have to get it right in every obstacle when you've got somebody like Boyd Exell, who's gone before you. Now Chester in the penultimate obstacle, number 7. So Chester had a pretty good marathon for him. It will be very, very interesting to see the final totals. Not quite sure what happened to Yuri, but haven't got a score coming up for him after number 8. And lots of encouragement out on the course. We've got Tor van den Berg. He's just put in a 17th time, 64.04. Number 2, back on to Juran, who is in number 4. 2nd, 3rd and 6th in the obstacles so far. I think we can assume whether Christoph Samuel will continue or not. A 0 has just appeared against number 3 as Ko springs out of that. That's a 2nd place timing for him. Good. Number 4 for Cousteron, 61.59. Michael Brauchle still the fastest there, and still we have very big crowds in Svilvasvarad. He's concentrating, Jerome Vuitaz. I don't think he's got a headache. I think he's probably running through all the routes in his head. Long legs, you can see there. He's another one of our tall drivers. That's quite a sight. That's the concentration that it takes to get yourself through these obstacles in the right order and at speed, because he will be one of the ones wanting to get some good times on the clock. Looking at Tor now in number 3. This is a playback. No, this is live actually. Just have been told in my ear. My apologies. There we go. There we can get it up again. Live Tor Vandenberg. Imagine when you haven't been in the 4-in-hand class very long that you come into a World Championship marathon as the leading team. That's pretty special. And he very much played his part in that. Marika has finished her marathon. Now József Dobrovitz has just come down behind us. So he goes towards number 2. Tor Vandenberg trying to keep his lines and get everyone out safely from number 3. We'll confirm that time soon. We've just gone off for another shot. Still in the Ben-Hur as Jerome Vuitaz comes. Tor's just come down the hill again as he's exited number 3. Little delay on confirmation. They're like buses. It's extraordinary. You don't see them for about 10 minutes and then Kusa's just come past again. Look at those electric bikes, or they're certainly battery packs. They get powered. You don't have to do all the pedaling up and down the hills. They become very much a fixture of the carriage driving world. And the cheers go up as József Dobrovitz starts his second obstacle under the what was always penetrating gaze of Prince Philip. He was, the way his mind worked and what he brought to driving, he was like an inventor. Great driving here from József Dobrovitz, forward in number 2. He was 5th fastest in number 1. Come down again. Yeah, they're all powering down the hill now. I think that was Chester. On these circuits, how's he getting on? Chester's just gone into number 8. Eyes on József Dobrovitz as the clock stops for him. 58.28. That's another 5th fastest time, so that's great for him. Cousteron in number 5. Chester Webber is currently in number 8, and before very long we'll be able to give you an idea of where his marathon's going to place him. He had a good number 7. That was the 7th fastest for Chester in number 7. 56.70, so he was also 7th fastest in number 3. Cousteron. Eyes at the moment on Cousteron. over the halfway point, second fastest times for him, and a new fastest time. I've got excited before about these things, so just take it with a pinch of salt, but that is a new fastest time in number 5, 55.84. It's got that golden block over it, so well done to Cousterand. He's knocked Boyd off top spot as another fast driver exits number 1. Just waiting for some of these updates. Koos seems to be coming through. Tor hasn't always come through.
And we have the winner, current winning leader, still Boyd Exell for 143.93 penalty points. So first Boyd, second Chester, and third Bram Chardon.
And times live for Tor van den Berg as he's in number 4. You should hear some of the conversations I have in my ears with the wonderful people behind bringing these pictures and making me laugh at the moment. It really is such a team effort. We talk about the teams of horses, but thank you to everybody who has played their part, no matter how big or small, in staging and hosting, funding. Let's not shy away from that, funding this event. These aren't cheap to run driving events. And of course, sharing this action live with you. We've got people in Germany here. We've got all nations involved in this broadcast. It really is a combination of all sorts of skill sets and technical know-how. So now Koos, unfortunately, oh gosh, I mustn't get excited. I told you all I mustn't get excited. Boyd is back up as fastest, 12 added to that in number 5. Oh, a little bit exciting for a moment when we thought Koos had a fastest time, but no, there's been a 12 added to that one. When they're doing their cones round tomorrow, and there's been a chance just to analyse some of these penalties and what they were for. I'll try and share some of that intel with you. That will be disappointing in terms of his marathon, because it was a very, very good time. It was certainly the fastest time, but a very frustrating 12 has been added. Now, these things can all still be under review. This is a very live and dynamic situation we're in. That's why some of the scores, points, placings and things I give you do change, because it is a rolling situation. And if something happens, it doesn't matter whether you're riding or driving or whatever your sport, you do have a time for appeal. Sometimes it's completely obvious and clear what's happened, and other times, a bit like Ros Cantor at the Olympics, as you remember when that flag went down as she was riding, and it did cause a massive amount of debate behind the scenes. So there's always time for these appeals and discussions. So who knows what happened in number 5 with Cousterand, because that was a cracking time through there. But as soon as I have any updates, of course I will share them with you. It's gone amber for Tor van den Berg in number 5. I don't have a number 3 from him. Nothing to add from Christoph Sandman, so assuming he has not come, and now, yes, and retired with him. So Christoph Sandman looked like just one of the horses got caught up, so he has retired. Dries de Greek will be next out on the course. Jerome Vutaz has done his number 1. Eyes on him. The third fastest as we get the amber light. And handbrake off. They ping forward. They are very good at this. Powerful horses. They've got Duracell batteries inside. They do power forward, and certainly give us great viewing during the World Cup season as well. We've got József in number 3. Tor's just gone down behind me towards number 5, which is sort of at the outpost in terms of this clutch that we have. And Cousteronde is in number 6. But Jérôme Woutaz for Switzerland currently in number 2, and expectations would be that he is certainly one of our faster, says I, until he doubles back on himself. Commentator's curse, yeah, just overshot them. Oh! And that's a tip up. I think that's probably the end of his marathon. What a shame. I hope everyone's all right. As we pan away, we just give everyone their dignity in these situations. We are very keen that if these things happen, we allow corrections to be made and a bit of space and time around these situations. That was bad luck because he was looking very good, but just a misjudge there. And we don't see many tip-ups these days. We really don't. They used to be quite common in the early days of this as a sport when we were using antique carriages. And I say we, I really have been around for nearly that long. Prince Philip and the famous Balmoral dog cart with its wooden wheels, but they just kept splintering and tipping up, and they didn't have the balance and the dynamics and the foot brakes and all the things that we have now. So this low centre of gravity, just look at the engineering of the modern carriage, and that bottom step, they didn't used to be there. And once upon a time, referees had to be carried. So you never knew who you were going to get next to you. And I think nobody shed a tear when that stopped, because the referees, oh gosh, they used to mark you down if you broke pace and all sorts of things. And it was quite a big part of driving the marathon, having a referee up next to you. So, yeah, a tip up for Jérôme Woutaz. Big score against his mark on number 2 remains to be seen. The rest of his event goes. But we shall focus back on Dries de Greek on number 1. One of our very talented next generation drivers. You've got Glenn, Bram, Dries, to name but a few, József Dobrovitz Jr. All doing great things. Michael Brauchle among them. And 6th fastest for him, so he's in touch, 49.83. Still in touch. As an amber light comes on for our leading lady, Anna Sandman, sitting there in 3rd place. 28, yes, another one in that cohort of the next bunch of real talent. But it's not just talent. You can have all the talent in the world, but if you don't put in the work, I don't know what the proportions are, something like 99% hard graft. Maybe take it down a little bit and put in some luck to the equation as well. So we've got some amber lights out on the course. Amber next to József Dobrovitz. Koos is there we go, coming into number 7. Had a good time through number 6, 57.69. That was a 4th placing for him. We'll just have to try and find out what happened in number... it's changed again. Right, this is... keeps your commentator on the toes. Now that has changed in number 5 for Koos. Now it's a 2 penalty has gone on there. So not quite so bad. So maybe someone got carried away and added too many penalties. So that's good news for him. Not great that it still isn't the fastest time, but certainly very good. That's gone back down to 55.84, 17th fastest, only 2 to add. That just goes to show how close the times are. What a 2 penalty means, but 4th through number 6. They probably don't even know on the carriage what's been going on that we're sharing with you. We're just concentrating, living in the moment, mindfully living in the moment, not thinking about what has happened in the past, nor what is to come. Yeah, a little bit off the mark in that one, 71.24, but that can all change 22nd as we turn back quickly to number 4, József Dobrovitz. Good marathon for him so far, 4th fastest. Greece has just gone down past us. József was 4th fastest, number 3. If a crowd and energy and a synergy could ever lift an athlete, it's here with this gentleman. Been on many teams, won many medals, done this many times, and the clock stops for him. A little bit off the mark with that one, 75.03, 18th. But some good times in the first 3 obstacles for him. Anna Sandman will be with us soon. We've got Georg von Steen to come next, Anthony Hord, the final member of the French team, Glenn Geerts for Belgium, and then ending with what we hope shall be some sort of flourish, the great Zoltan Lazar. Oosterond, they're just about to finish off his marathon. Tor is in number 6. This is what we're bringing you live. I still don't have, I'm afraid, a score to share with you from what happened to him in number 3. There's been a little glitch there, and confirmation that, sadly, for Jérôme Voutaz, the marathon is over. That was a tip up for him in number 2, which inevitably ends in elimination. So we've had 2 eliminations so far. We'll try and find out for you tomorrow what happened to Yuri as well. A retiral from Christoph Sandman. That's what happens, but Boyd's still hanging on to that lead in the marathon, and that lead. And amid all the excitement, just to confirm that Chester Webber's final marathon was actually 6th placing for him. Well done, Chester. That's really, really great. 122.07 for Chester Webber, which keeps him in 2nd place. He's got a bit of room in front of Bram. So Chester's on 153.13. József just coming down past me again. This is quite key, though. Bram is on 157.74. We've got 1, 2, 3. Boyd, Chester, and Bram for our individuals. Will anyone catch them? They look pretty secure in those positions, but it's all to play for in the cones. And all 3 of them can be exceptionally good and precise. But a good marathon for Chester Webber, 122.07, 6th placing at the moment. That keeps him in 2nd, but Boyd is out there by nearly 10 points. He's on 143.93, Chester on 153.13, so looking quite untouchable at the moment. It would be exceptionally unlikely if anything goes wrong for him in the cones, but these things are not set in stone by any means. And just a bit of wind there, the dust kicking up from those 16 feet, hooves trotting down another hill. Either dropping down or rising up into an obstacle, as we have a live situation in number 5. Tor's come past us again. The side of the tent falling down has meant I'm having a great view of these people out on their marathon. He's got 7 and 8 to go. Koos will be approaching the last one very soon as we watch number 5 with József Dobrovitz. The music's still pumping in the background. It still feels like we're at some sort of rock festival here. It is just brilliant. Not a drop in the temperature or the support or the energy or the excitement. As Cousteron's horses make some splash there, leaping into the water for their final obstacle. Those pesky balls, they can get in the way. Tor in number 7 and Kus in number 8. Right turn there to come. Now, Boyd had that very, very good turn there. He hasn't been surpassed on that line yet. Right in on that section he was. Nothing left to chance as they get to E already. Big cheers for this very popular driver, and that's it. He can do no more, and all being well, everything stayed in place, ending on a high 59.96. 59.96. Boyd still way in front. That line down through C really helped him, but that was a 4th placed marathon so far from Cousteron, so that puts him into 8th place. Good news for the Dutch. Very good news for the Dutch. We may not be able to give you the team standings at this point, probably because there may be a few queries around some of the knockdowns and the penalties and things. We're just going to go at this point with what is happening live as we turn back to Dries de Greek. But the media coverage out there on whatever outlet you consume your social media has been absolutely fantastic. So as soon as those scores are confirmed, the organisers will share placings and team standings, because it's pretty important that it is close. And let's see how Tor's going to do. 22nd through number 7, 69.68. Will it be enough just to keep Australia in touch of a podium place? When you're up against the Hungarians and the Belgians and the Germans and the Dutch, it's a big order. 4th place there for Dries de Greek, 56.61. Just announcing around us here that Anna Sandman will soon be starting. A little bit of a dip in proceedings because we've lost Jerome on the course, so that's one less to be bringing you in the live action. 2 Germans just about to come out in Georg von Steen, and just ahead of him, Anna Sandman. Anna as an individual, and here she comes on her section B. You can see why she did so well in the dressage. They really are absolutely beautiful horses. Tremendous action, but also with the training she does with Boyd. But when you start with horses like this, of this sort of quality and conformation, and they are very powerful. Yeah, you saw that, perhaps a little bit too powerful in that moment, and I just had to put on the brakes a bit to get them back. They absolutely charged into that. Yeah, a little bit strong for her initially by the looks of things, and they're big horses. little eager. She's saying, hang on, we've got to do some tight turns in here, chaps. Don't get carried away, and we've got a lot to do. Pace yourselves. The final countdown in the background as we come to our final few drivers on this marathon in Spilsvasvarad. Been quite eventful. We've had one or two thrills and spills. As long as everyone's all right, that's the main thing. Get home safely, everyone. 25th for Anna, 63.22, and József Dobrovitz has just gone 61.13 in number 10.
And we can see the time 61.13, 10's best in this part of the obstacle number 6. Aillaud finishing in 63.22 in the first opening part.
Little pause in the scores and the action as we welcome up the hill Anthony Aillaud, the third last driver to go. We are really in the final straight here. That looks like József Dobrovitz. Just bringing you drone coverage here round the Lions. This was number 6. Look at the symmetry there. They're beautiful, the patterns. Very clever course building. Each course designer has a different way of doing it. You might remember József Mittenberg, who was behind Protoni. They were like artworks watching here, some design from the ground, some design aerially. We've got some clever chaps out there, ladies doing it. And smooth round these sections for József Dobrovitz. Dries currently in number 3. That's what's happening live as we go to Tor. And number 8. This is great. Now, this is quite important for the team. At long last, the score for his water at number 3, 65.31. That was 16th position for him. The gaps are being filled. So Tor's score for number 3 has just come onto the screen, but this is live for him in number 8. Yeah, he's gone for that same line. Nobody drove it quite like Boyd did, or has. A lovely dressage test from him yesterday. Came over here not long before COVID, having won pretty much everything he could win in driving, and also very accomplished ridden trainer as well. Competed at Grand Prix level. As he finishes his marathon 67.50. That gives 15th placing for that marathon. So well done. If you think we've got 41 to go through, really good, solid marathon from him. 17th position overall, 132.28. That's 179.66, totaling both sections, both phases. That's a 12th position. So back to Anna Sandman in number 2. Marijke, after her 10th place marathon, 125.92. She's sitting in 5th at the moment for Marijke Harm. So still in the mix in 4th. At the moment is Fredrik Persson. Great from him. Gosh, keeping himself in the mix. That's really good from the Swede. But we've still got some pretty strong marathon drivers out there. And Anna Sandman comes round, and the clock stops at 62.30. That's a 16th placing, so faster proportionately for her. Our last few drivers just about to start. Anthony Aillaud, we saw him coming up there. Then Geerts and Zoltan Lazar. Dries and the crew chatting about routes as Gil comes into vision. He gives it his all every time. He's always smiling, actually. Super. Really enjoys his driving. It's not the day job. He runs a business and does all sorts of other things as well. So really absolutely brilliant that he's up there against the other guys. Very much in the mix. Was 10th after dressage, 47.11. So his was the score that was counted alongside Marika's. Germans currently in 3rd place after the dressage, but of course there will be quite some changes after the marathon. Whether we are able to give you those places at the moment, I don't know, but we will endeavour to keep you informed. There he is, the light's gone orange and the brakes come off as for Germany, for the team event as well. Jörg Vonstein comes into number 1. Dries is currently in number 4. Those are the only 2 live ones we have. Anna will be heading into 3 soon. These pictures absolutely live as the German exits. Good time, 5th placing, 48.64, job done. Might well have an eye on an individual medal as well, don't discount him. He's a good competitor. Orange under 5 for Dries. This is a playback to Dries in the 4th obstacle, so we just rolled back in time a little bit. We are time travelling here on the live coverage, like Doctor Who. József Dobrovitz has just powered down behind us. You can hear those cheers. He's coming down to number 8. He had a good number 7:56.92 for 8th place in terms of the times. He's had a 4th in number 3, keeping the crowds very happy. At the moment, eyes on what's just happened with Dries. That was for 5th, like he was in number 3, 62.63. Anna Sandman currently in number 3. There she is, shooting from the top. Individually for Germany. Father Christoph, although his event has now ended, and René who had, yeah, he's sitting in 11th at the moment, had a good marathon. 8th overall so far. 8 are the individuals. They had a squad of 6. The Hungarians, as hosts, they pulled rank, and they had 9 in total, of which there are 6 individuals. Just seeing Anna out, and shan't betray what really happened, but it's pretty good for the Hungarians, for József Dobrovitz, watching what's just happened for him in this final obstacle. Going up through these diagonal slots, Dries has driven down. He's heading towards number 5. That's the one furthest away from this hub. The big dolphin there, that's another one of our wooden ones. Anna's gone down as well, and a few bikes. And big, big cheers as he comes through E. One of our brilliant officials, and thank you to everybody for giving up their time to help run this brilliant event. It does take an army to run a driving show, no doubt about it. And that is the end of József Dobrovitz's marathon. He came out of there in 64.61. That was a 10th placing, and he acknowledges the crowd. So tremendous marathon for him. 121.76 puts him at the moment in the running marathon scores on 7th. And that gives him a 9th placing overall at the moment. So really good news for the Hungarian team, and dreams of medals for them. Dries bouncing round. They're back onto the live coverage. This is number 5. Those pretty wooden trees, the sculptures. I believe we're nearly at the end. It's flown by. It always does. The action comes so thick and fast on the marathon. Boyd still out in front, just being reminded by my colleagues doing the announcing out here. Well, that looked like a very smooth round from Dries. Oh, and look at them run, ears back, flat. Yeah, that looked very, very good, and rightly so. 56.51, that was a 2nd place for him. Only Boyd in front on 56.11. That was a very, very good obstacle for Dries de Greek, and it looked smooth. Just absolutely on point for that. These horses are looking pretty willing and ready to go for Georg. He is good on the marathons, or in the obstacles really. The timings on the marathons, all those making walks and section A's and C's, doesn't really count in the same way anymore. The amount of kilometre markers some of us have counted in our lives. Like counting sheep. That's it, round to be, bounce, bounce, forward power. Yeah, willing horses, just coming back into each other, that concertina action which gives you that power to extend and ping forward. Yeah, coming round, very willing. To have 2 forward willing leaders in your hand taking you is one of the best feelings in the world. If they're sitting back behind the bit, you have to really push them. It makes the job hard, but this doesn't look like he has anything other than a handful of 4 very willing horses, and good time for him, 56.48. That's a 4th place, so 5th and 4th for Georg. Very good in terms of the German team. As we move back to Anna in number 4. Anthony is in number 1 for France. little way off the team rankings at the moment, but it's all to play for. As Anna exits 67.57. That's an improvement in terms of what's gone before. It's a 12th place for her. They're like crop circles, aren't they? Just the symmetry. As we turn to France, don't forget we'll be all eyes on France in a couple of weeks for the World Singles Championships. Busy time in our driving and equestrian calendar. It's Anthony, and it won't be long before another marathon specialist, Glenn Geerts, starts. So that really was a lovely aerial view of that. These top obstacles on top of the hill. Gentle valley, everything undulating up or down. And some very fit horses. Geerts in the background there as Anthony exits back up the hill. That was number one, 57.67, 24th for him. Orange round Glenn Geerts's first one, as we get our first sighting of none other than Zoltan Lazar for Hungary. Currently 12th in the dressage. Actually did very well considering it's a new combination. Dan 8, probably the most experienced horse out here at this event. Belongs to Boyd and has been borrowed by Zoltan for the purposes of this event. But we go back to Dries de Greek for Belgium at a cracking 5th obstacle. Live now on number 6. Boyd still in front, won't be caught now. Chester second overall. Bram. Looking good for his podium place individually. He's very, very good, Bram, on the cones. Keeps a cool head for somebody that's so driven and fiery when he's driving. Very cool before he starts, very focused. And yep, solid one from Dries, 58.43. That's for a fifth we've got there. Eyes on Anthony now for France in number 2. Glenn will be starting soon, then Zoltan. We're down to our last drivers on this marathon. 4th time the Hungarians have hosted a 4-in-hand World Championship, but they have as a nation hosted many, many championships, more than any other country, and this venue in particular has been quite a hotspot for the Young Horse World Championships, 5-, 6- and 7-year-olds, the stars of the future in the equine world, driven as singles, but I dare say some of them do end up going into combinations in due course. Most of our horses at this level are in their teens. We've had the odd youngster and the odd 20-year-old, but most of the time, to be at their peak for this job, they are into their teens. As you just heard the wheels turning as Dries came down the hill behind our spot. Anthony Hall clock stops at 61.45. Third obstacle live now for Georg, and I would expect a strong time for this one. It's his sort of obstacle. Fast and flowing, plenty of power, everybody committed. Always the crowd favourites. Quite wide gaps, easy to keep the momentum up and get those good times. 57.5 was. Where's he? Yeah, it was good, not the best. It was 53.72. That was as opposed to Anthony's 61. And in terms of what Georg's just done, keep the concentration. Michael was fastest, that incredible bounce round, 56.68. 59.39, that's sixth for him. Georg in number 3, but all going well. And he just exits down the hill to get to number 4. Back on to Dries de Greek for Belgium. Glenn now in number 1. So we'll fly back to him as soon as we can. Looking like there has been a knockdown to add a number 7 +2 for Dries. Disappointing a little bit because he's had some cracking times through there. Glenn pretty good through the first one. We've got Georg soon into number 4. Yeah, eyes back on to Glenn Geerts with number 1. Zoltan Lazar has started out on his marathon, and expect lots of cheers for him as we see how Glenn's first one went. And there they go, up the hill. That was 52.88. That was an 11th place for him. Dries still got number 8 to go. There's our goddess of driving. Expressionless, isn't she? Georg about to go into number 4. Waiting for Anna to do 6. And Dries, number 8. As Anna rounds towards her next obstacle. Down she comes. Into a little bit of shade in those trees. It's actually, although it's warm, we've got a little bit of cloud in the sky. There is a bit of a breeze. It's been a super day, condition-wise, for everybody. Back onto Anna's 5th obstacle. We do have a time for that, but we're just giving her fans some sight of as much of her marathon as possible. She will drop down the individual standings after her dressage, but again, she's another lady who has a great future ahead of her. Does so well in the pairs as well. Very, very competitive medals at the top ranks with her pairs too. So busy lady driving the pairs and the teams. Anthony is in number 3 as well. Georg's in number 4. Anna here. We've had the review, and then she's also in number 6. Back on to live as it's happening. Georg in number 4. rounding off this marathon. Happy to see just about everybody home safely. Bring you news, if we can, might be tomorrow, of how Jerome Woutaz is after his tip-up in number 2. That was elimination, sadly, for him. Yuri as well with the greys, the Kladrubis. Looked like something happened in number 8. As we go to Glenn Geerts in number 2. Under the gaze of Prince Philip. Such a great shot of him. Through F, you can see the smaller letters at the end. That means that's the back end of it. So you go through where the capitals are, and for Glenn, great number 2 for him, 54.82. So that's the 3rd fastest so far. Boyd remains in front on 53.72. Bram was the 2nd fastest, 54.05. And Glenn just clocked a great round there, 54.82. So good news for the Belgians. As we stick with Belgium, and the last obstacle for Dries, looks like there was a ball knocked in number 7, but otherwise, very good marathon for this gentleman. Getting better all the time at this level. Nearly there, and the clock stops on 60.66 as he makes a flourish, and that's the 5th fastest time. That is great news for Dries. That's the 4th place marathon, and that puts him into 4th place. So there will be an awful lot of celebrating in the Belgian camp. That is a tremendous result for the young Belgium. Dries de Greek, we will just get confirmation of all these times. There can be balls, there can be changes, but great for him. Chester still 2nd, Bram 3rd, and Boyd, of course, out in front. And let's enjoy another great man back out there. Zoltan Lazar for Hungary. Who better to round off this tremendous day of sport with than the last man to win the gold medals like this 20 years ago. Kecskemét in Hungary. Zoltan Lazar in number 1 on the team with the Dobrovitz fathers and son, and they've done a really good job on this marathon, keeping Hungary very, very much in touch. 52.15, that's 10th place for Zoltan. Don't forget, this is quite a new combination for him. We've got 3 other live obstacles at the moment. Come back to the red T-shirts of the Germans and Georg Ponstein as he powers around. He's having a good marathon, 5th fastest in 1 and 2, 6th in 3 and 4. Everything going right for him at the moment, and going right for the Germans. Super exit there, all coming together in that moment as as the clock stops. The clock's still running, but I think it will stop soon. There we go, 67.82. Apologies, I've just read out Anthony's one. No, that was 58.65. 58.65. So really good for Georg. Gives him 6th. And you've already heard that score, the time rather, for Anthony in number 4. As we come back to Glenn and his big chestnuts. This is in number 3. Wasn't his time, that was just left over from the previous screen. So start afresh on this one. If I can get you a live time, I will do. Glenn in the water. Big fast obstacle for him. These powerful horses. And out in soon to be revealed. I'll bring you that as soon as we get it. Keep you guessing for a bit. And Zoltan's horse is looking super. They've just trotted down. They've got plenty of running in them. Yeah, one of those tantalising blanks on the screen under Glenn's number 3. So let's take in what's been happening. Good performance from his teammate, Dries de Greek, 4th in the marathon and 4th overall. Boyd, 1st in the marathon and 1st overall. Bram, 2nd in the marathon and 3rd overall at the moment, because Chester still had that great big margin because of his dressage. So his 9th marathon, as it stands just now, still safely in 2nd place. And again, they're filing down in order as Zoltan approaches the 2nd obstacle. And this is the last time we will have the cameras on this lovely obstacle with Prince Philip elevated high, looking wryly over the action. And we salute and thank him so much for all he did for this sport. Not just in the planning, the rule making, the dynamics behind it, but one of our greatest exponents in four-in-hand driving himself. An accomplished four-in-hand driver who used ceremonial horses to start off with. The Cleveland Bays really only knew how to go down roads and walk in straight lines, and suddenly they were doing dressage movements and obstacles in their best harness, using wooden vehicles. And they had to double up all the day job as well. And then he went to the Queen's Fells for the pony teams classes in his later years on the driving circuit, but kept going, absolutely maintained his interest in the sport and the world and his friends until the very end, as Zoltan powers round. Cheers, cheers, cheers. It's all happening, isn't it? That's an improvement, 58.19. That gives him an 8th place, and I can confirm that it was a very good water for Glenn, 57.76. That's a 2nd placing. Michael Brauchle, very, very good at the halfway point through that. He wasn't touched. Boyd went into 4th on that, but Bram in 3rd. So Glenn Geerts had a great number 3, confirming that time, 57.76, as we go live to Georg for the Germans. Very organised. And that's 57.05. Do you know, it's still all happening. That's a 2nd place for him in number 6. Having a super marathon. On to number 8 for Anna. Anna Sandman for Germany as an individual, and rounding off her marathon through this 2nd water.
6 obstacle in 57.05, and there are 2 penalty points after knocking down one of those elements.
Oh dear, yeah, just dynamic situation here for Georg. There was a knock in number 6, so that's not quite as competitive as it was. 57.05 will be the score on that one, with that +2, as Anna Sandman rounds off her marathon. Well done, Anna. That is 66.13. 40th place. That's a 16th for her in the marathon, so easily into the top half. Very, very good. We've got eyes on Glenn now, but just to confirm, Anna is now sitting individually in 9th place. So tremendous World Championships so far for Anna Sandman. As we come back to Glenn Geerts, he's just had a very good number 3, that Waterham Bridge. In number 4, absolutely, as it is happening. Still bright sunshine, still everything to play for. That's 6th fastest, 63.88. Lots of 6s. And Zoltan as well out there. An orange light has just come round. Number 7 for Georg. It's a family name, he was telling me this morning, although his father and his grandfather were known as George, a bit more like the English pronunciation of George, but he is Georg. Yes, they're looking good, those horses. Bouncing in, very fit. And we're off. Clock is on. The number 7, penultimate obstacle for the German. Good line there, very good line. Some of these drivers are actually making it look quite easy, and it is anything but. Just the reins in those hands, those 4 powerful horses in front of you. Keeping the carriage, wherever you place those horses has a bearing on where that carriage goes. It just takes so much skill and practice. Well done, Georg, all going well. And that looks like a pretty quick number 7 for him. Just get out. Oh. Yes, that was quick, providing all the balls have stayed on top. That's 50.48. Looked very impressive as it was. Only Boyd in front of him, so that's the 2nd best time in that one. Really good marathon for the German as we come live to Zoltan. Doing a really decent job here in the water, now number 3. where his many fans, look at them all, have been waiting all day. Just look at them all. Clapping, cheering, whooping. And that was 61.48, 13th at the moment. Soon jog down the hill again.
The last team member, Zoltan Lazar, is going into
Yeah, unfortunately, as happens quite regularly here, that very impressive time for Georg has now gone red. So there's a 2 on there. But still good for the Germans as we come to the Frenchman, Anthony Hord, for their team. They've got 3 members. Benjamin had a really good marathon earlier. Was in the lead for some time, sitting in 17th at the moment for the marathon and the placing. So the French still keeping in touch. For the Aussies, following how Tor did, he was 20th on the marathon, sitting at the moment. Looks like 15th, just a speck on the screen there. For France in number 6. And another good time, just remains to be seen if there were any knocks and rolls there. 57.16, that's an extraordinarily good time. That's second. We thought Georg had gone second best there, but no. Anthony has. Back on Glen in number 5. Only 3 more to go after this. Having a decent marathon. Belgium doing great work here for their team medal hopes. It's not a given that we're going to have the same order that we had in Bretoni, by any means. Your money would be on that, but it's all to play for these nations. As he comes out and round, horses might have thought they were leaving because that's where they came in. To keep them focused. Now it's out. And as he goes past that red marker, 60.20. That's 11th. And you can get a real sense of the layout of it all, just people milling away as Zoltan comes towards number 4. So those first 3 obstacles that we won't see again, you can not going to have quite so many people around them. It's number 1 pretty much empty at the top there, up by the car park. But still round number 4. That just goes to show how many people have come here to cheer on Zoltan Lazar. There he is, about to come into number 4.
The 4th obstacle up here on the hill is ready. Are you ready? For Zoltan Lazar.
Are you ready, they're saying here. No, this is Zoltan, definitely. Georg's just driven past me. That's it. And live clock running. Thank you, team. Super pictures. Gives you a real sense of the design and the layout, and actually the materials that are involved in building these obstacles. They said, we haven't had any figures from the Hungarians, but obviously a lot of these obstacles in place beforehand, but when they started from scratch in Bretoni, it was about 10,000 euros, 10,000 euros per obstacle to build them. And they had to import all that wood from Poland, they said, because there wasn't quite enough left in that part of Italy. So not for the faint-hearted, but a more established competition site here. But still, you can see where the new wood is. There's been adjustments for this event. As the clock stops on 75.06 for Zoltan Lazar. Glenn will be shortly coming into 6. Anthony is in 7. And we're just showing you Georg, who has actually finished his marathon. We'll let you into a secret here. So this is just going back probably a couple of minutes or so to show you what happened to him. But he's had a really good marathon. Horse is still with plenty of running, still willing, still looking for those gaps. As he leans back to take up that next loop. Oh, dance, dance, dance. Good leaders. Looks like Zoltan had a couple of knocks in number 4. His score against that one has gone up a bit. And good to see. Nice pat for the horses. And we're just popping back to Anthony Odd in number 7 for you. Now, that was just a tap there. Whether there's a ball on that element, we may find out. But a great marathon for Georg. He's just done his own bidding for an individual medal. Actually, no harm at all. 5th in the marathon, 118.75. And that actually puts him into 5th place individually. So he's in behind Glenn Geerts, but Dries, rather. Glenn is just going on the marathon, my apologies. Dries, for Belgium, is in 4th on 165.13. And nothing in it between them for 4th and 5th place at the moment, 165.86. As Anthony Hord back now live to Glenn. Anthony just had a very good number 7, 6th placing for him, 55.16. Really improving 5th, 2nd, 6th, and the last few obstacles for him. Everyone working hard on that carriage, but not quite as hard as those 4 horses, giving their everything. As this is the live picture of Glenn Geerts, penultimate athlete out on the course here in Hungary. And the clock stops at 63.78. 19th, yes, not really in the mix in terms of where the rest of his marathon has been, but he was 8th after the dressage, 46.38. Actually in front of Dries, who's on 48.58. He was 13th. Just goes to show how close all these marks and scores are, penalties, however we get to that final column. But being quite early on in the running, Boyd Exell and the Australians and the whole crew can just breathe a bit. They will be thinking about the cones, of course. They will probably, the course is being laid out in the arena, because they need a bit of time to walk it, sort their routes out. We'll share the plans with you as soon as they come. As as if it's being surrounded by dry ice. And the music's still pumping here in Svils Vazvarad. Zoltan Lazar.
This move there seems to find number 5 is waiting here at the 6 of the he will be there in a few moments. So he is finding at the 5th.
Number 5, Zoltan Lazar, the last of the drivers coming through the second half of his marathon. So quite deceptive there. Those horses probably think they're heading for the out as they come round there. But no, they've got another big figure of 8 to do before. Now they go. The F. 60.43, 14th for him.
So the Hungarian driver coming out in 60.43 seconds up 5th on the track.
Anthony powering down past this spot. As you can see, it's gone orange next to his name. Number 8 to come for him. And as things that have been pretty hot all day start to feel a little more as if the dawn is setting over this wonderful parkland. All to play for tomorrow. Plenty of action. We may well have lots of changes in those team and individual positions as we watch the last of the French team, Anthony Aillaud, coming round. He's got last gate to do. You can see those F letters, and some of them have doubled down when they've got that tight turn, but he went for that slightly longer option over the top, but pretty good still, 62.35. That's 9th fastest. That gives him a 7th in the marathon. Don't forget, this is just a little bit live and dynamic at the moment. We may still have penalties to be added or removed and all sorts of things, but for Anthony Aillaud, that's a really great marathon, and that's popped him from 14th up to 11th as we come back to Geerts. So 2 more to finish their marathon. Only 2 out on the course now, and what a day it's been. What a shot of those pouncing lions. All those many straw bales. I wonder how many they've used on this marathon. Last few driving fans hanging on there. One more for Glenn. But still plenty to see and enjoy. Lots going on, lots of food and drink outlets, been really great. Look at that. What a setup.
Már csak 2 versenyző a maraton pályán. Az utolsó akadály vár Geertsről.
Quite a serene shot in contrast to the energy and the action of our 4 in hand. Driving World Championship, the 26th. You go back through all the many events, venues, winners, medals, nations. Quite a moment as this gentleman descends. Coming into number 6, jogging round to those start gates. That's what it looks like from above.
So put your hands together and enjoy the ride. The ride of Hungarian.
With Zoltan Lazar, still lots of people watching what he's doing. That's the C gate through. He can go back that way as many times as he wants to. It neutralises a gate once you've been through it, but in the right order. A knowledge of the alphabet is crucial. Good support crews, back steps, everybody working together as Zoltan curls round front of the golden lines, and it is 60.8. That's a 10th for him. So he was 10th fastest through the first and now the 6th. One more to go for Glenn.
You are going there as well, obviously. And then the only and last one, number 8.
Újra megindul mindenki, a 7-es számú akadályhoz követi László Zoltánt a magyar szurkolócsapat, 7-es számú akadálya széles lára.
It's just after 4 o'clock, 7 minutes past 4. As everybody just descends down this gentle hill back towards the town, all their cars. And here's Glenn as he rounds off his World Championship marathon. Some pretty good times from him. He was 3rd fastest in number 2, 2nd fastest in that water, 6th fastest in number 4, 6th again in number 7. Having a really good marathon. A little off on number 6, but let's see where that averages out, and let's see what happens in terms of our medal potential awards and who's going to be where after the cones. But Glenn, who was on fire to take the win in Piba in Austria, and come on Glenn, where's the clock going to stop? And 60.26, that's a 4th placing for him. And he's just pushed Geerts down the order. That's a 5th marathon placing for him, 117.16 as opposed to Geerts, who was on 116.55. But what it's meant is that Glenn has gone up into 4th place. So that really is great news for Glenn in terms of the individual medal positions. Geerts, not that much between them. There'll be nothing when it comes to the times and the cones and those balls staying on top tomorrow. Remains to be seen where the tricky points will be. It could be on time, it could be that we've got waves and zigzags and all sorts of things, narrow cones, things on funny angles. And in Exell last year, the cones didn't really have too much of a bearing because we were sharing the championships with the Paris, so we had quite a nice open cones course for both classes. But one would imagine when we've got a course to sort out these drivers and their placings, there's going to be some big questions and may well be a change in the order, but that's great for Glenn Geerts. That puts him into 4th place. At the moment, it may all change until the results are completely signed off by Bert Jambon, but that will happen sometime after we have finished bringing you this live coverage. But just enjoy these last few moments of what's happening at this very moment in Hungary, up in the Buk Mountains, as Zoltan Lazar guides these horses through F and out for the clock to stop. Now this is a good flourish at the end. That looks like it was a very good time, 54.19. That's a fourth placing for him. And let's see what he can do to round off the day. Just a little break as he goes on the final loop, and people milling around. A few of the fans running past us to get from 7 to 8, taking a shortcut through this bit. So what started as a blank scoreboard this morning, and interestingly there's almost a halfway line, as despite a few flirtations with other people being fast, and then things were taken back to the old order that, yes, of course, the fastest times were shared between Boyd and Mikkel Brauchle, who went one after the other, and those evenly shared out. Just 2 knockdowns in the final 2 obstacles for the German. Just meant he came in 3rd behind Bram, sitting in 9th place now that we've had some more changes in the order, with the Belgians going. 2 very, very good marathons for Dries and Glenn. I'm sure Mark, Ventina and the crew behind the scenes for Belgium will be thrilled with how the action has played out today. But there'll be a bit of time just to work out final scores for everybody, and confirmation that any penalties that were awarded that stay on, all sorts of things. It's like a magnet drawing these people down to number 8 as Zoltan.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the final part, you can see Zoltan Lazar.
Look at that. Not sights you see terribly often.
Almost ready to finish and to end up the whole day.
It really is festive.
Obstacle performance. Anyway, we would like to thank you.
Celebration of this wonderful nation's passion, all things related to horses, in particular driving. I'm told it is the 3rd most popular sport here, behind football and fishing. Who are we to try and compete with them? But horses in everybody's bloodstreams here, in the very fabric of this nation. You can see the drone coming overhead. We've got the 4x4s from our sponsors just circling on the hill behind me, I think giving some demonstration drives to potential purchasers. Yes, you can just see it coming into screen shot there, going past Zoltan as he eases his horses into the final obstacle. That's it, just picking up the pace, giving them a breather, getting the route sorted in his head. This is all the sort of thing that happens between the obstacles. And there's our broadcast. Oh yes, it's waving. That's it. That's where the commentator is. Lost 2 sides of my tent. Every time the drones landed, a little bit of the Velcro has peeled off. But this is what it's like bringing you the live action. And what a privilege and joy and exciting task it is to do it. Zoltan Lazar in the final obstacle. And just enjoy every last second you can. Oh, he's made it. He's gone the same way as Boyd through C. Those would have been the instructions issued. We've got some thunder in the music, absolutely appropriate for this moment. Thanks to everyone who's worked the turntables in the background because they've kept the music going. As Zoltan comes down and his marathon ends 64.99. That's a 15th place for him in that obstacle, in the marathon, and overall. What an incredible symmetry to have to those three sets of very important columns. So 15th through that last obstacle, number 8, and that gives him a score of 125.82, 15th in the marathon, and to add to his 12th placing and score after the dressage, 173.33. And we will round off our live coverage for you here at the marathon. Set your alarms and your clocks for wherever you may be for our cones competition tomorrow, because there's an awful lot to play for. It's looking like it will all go Boyd's way. Confirmation on your screens. Just remember, these are provisional, but at the moment, Boyd did everything right, 110.4. Bram, brilliant marathon for him. Michael Brauchle next in third. Dries and Glenn, we've just seen Georg, Koos, József Dobrovitz. How fabulous is that? József Dobrovitz in the top 8 on level pegging with Anthony Hord, and that must be one of the very best of marathons for Anthony, going down. So József Dobrovitz, that's Dad, who's in on the 11th, but not much between father and son. There's Chester, but crucially he stays in the mix for an individual medal. These are the provisional results, but lovely to see how that has played out. Sadly, no longer for Juran and a retirement from Christoph Sandman. Still waiting to see, there's 2 question marks sitting next to Radek Nesvacil for the Czech Republic, just some query over that. Confirmation then of the provisional standings after the 2 phases. Boyd way in front, look at that margin. You can have a bit of fun in the cones tomorrow. Chester Webber, 153.13. Bram now in 3rd place, isn't that great? Glenn next in 4th. Not much between him and Dries, but great day for Belgium. Georg von Steen, he's the highest placed German at the moment, and he will have an eye on that podium as well. There's Anna. Good marathon for her, much improved on what's gone before. She's in 11th place. I'm sure she's delighted with that. And look at József Dobrovitz Jr. in the mix as well. Tor had a very good round. Jimmy Fairclough sitting there in 30th. Isn't this wonderful? So we are going to round off our live broadcast now. Thank you so much for tuning in. Quite an incredible day. We'll have some highlights for you, and you can watch it all over again as many times as you like on replay. My name is Sarah Dance. What a joy it is to be here representing our horse sport and sharing the action as we close with these lovely drone shots. Take care. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow for the cones round. Is it going to all go Boyd's way again? I think the odds on him are hardly worth placing a bet on. But what about Chester? What about Bram? What about Glenn? And what about Dries and Georg? All there baying for a place on the individual podium. Take care, wherever you are. Can't wait to share this all with you tomorrow.